Good evening, everybody. We'll just be a few more minutes. I just want to let people sign in so that they can participate in the meeting. Once everybody signs in, then we'll start tonight, okay?
only getting hit for one.
I think the basketball games just ended, so there were.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Joe. You want one?
Such a small girl.
Oh, yeah? Okay, so is that what that's what your plan is? Okay. It's up to the body and the person. Hey, Steve. Yes.
Before I was like recording everybody, I'm going to sing some show tunes in this microphone. Watch out. Hi. Make it a little bit fun. Just like every time you guys talk. Yeah, right. And then it takes a little bit of It gets really hot and heavy on this stuff. Get everybody calmed down. was middle school, yeah, Littleton was after. I don't know, I don't think it's boys, middle school was boys. She said she would. They've been working there a long time.
We're almost there.
All right.
Mr. Kelly's
Which motion is he gonna do?
until the end.
I don't know what motion he put first.
The,
We wanted to have him.
he was gonna, yeah, he wanted to try order, but he's not gonna.
Budget committee.
The casino folks on that.
Yeah, no, I'm aware of that one.
All right. But there might be some surprises.
I hope not.
So some of these, and you look at me and I guess. Oh, you get to talk?
Yeah, I'll read the article. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for your patience. It's always good to be able to get everybody registered who wants to participate tonight to be able to do so. So I appreciate everybody's patience in starting a little bit later than 6 o'clock. This is your 2026 town meeting first session, the deliberative session, and I'm your moderator, Chad Stearns. We're going to go over the meeting information shortly, but if you could, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. Basic room setup. The exit is, there's an exit over there, and of course the exit you came through in the bathrooms, you go through that door and you take a right. Real quick on introductions, we have our select board members. Is Linda here? I can't tell. No, Linda's not here. Roger Emerson, Carrie Harrington, Ed Hennessy, Paul Lehman, the selectman. This is the select board. Angela Brusso, your town clerk, is in the back, and then Lori Belosevich, and finance manager, and Troy Bound, town manager. We also have consultants Joseph Driscoll and Kate Connard, their legal counsel, as well as Joe Ducharme from Hoyle Tanner Engineering. A lot of people make tonight happen, so thank you very much from the room setup, from school employees, supervisors, the ballot clerks, town staff. So thank you all for everything that you do to make this night a success. Tonight, again, is the first session of town meeting. The second session, the official ballot voting is March 10th, 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. at the Highway Garage. Tonight's session is the legislative session. You, the registered voters, are the legislative body. We're here with a specific purpose to discuss the posted warrant. This is not an open meeting of public to discuss anything on your mind. State law requires we only conduct business of the warrant. I'm going to read each warrant article. Someone will present, usually the town, and then we'll be open for a general discussion. We have 58 articles this year, so we'd like to set the expectation of 3-minute speaking outside of petitioned articles which have a different law that came into effect this year that I'll go over later. Doesn't preclude anybody from not speaking again or anything like that, but just in the interest of keeping the meeting going, would really like to make sure that we're efficient with our discussion. You, the voters, may exercise your right if you choose to question, deliberate, or amend warrant articles, except for planning warrant articles. Those can't be amended here tonight, or the Article 1, which is the election of officers. Amendments must be submitted to the town clerk and I in writing that we can read. Do so ahead of time if possible. Voters, you should have been able to check in and receive your voting cards. I got mine. I got my no. Oh, there's my yes. These are your voting cards. All right. New for this year is what's called a primary petitioner for a petitioned warrant article. The state has mandated that each petition warrant article have a registered voter that can speak on its behalf for a minimum of 10 minutes. We have 16 total petitioned articles this year, 3 zoning and 13 of our standard petitioned articles. So as you can imagine, that's a lot of minutes. However, we've gotten word from council that primary petitioners, you don't have to take the 10 minutes. And if once you're done talking, you can just say, I'm done, I don't need my other minutes. That also doesn't preclude you from talking later on the warrant article. Again, we're just trying to keep the meeting moving as fast as possible. Only Littleton registered voters are permitted to speak tonight unless permission by the legislative body is given to other individuals. If you're not a registered voter, you're permitted to listen and observe, but you cannot vote unless our customary practice of allowing non-registered voters to speak. Those non-registered a lot of times are town council, town department heads, petitioned people that want to speak on a petitioned article or any article. Anyone not registered, a registered voter that wants to speak that didn't let me know. So is there anybody that would like to speak? Right now, the list that I have is Joseph Ducharme, Joseph Driscoll, Eric Oliver, Lori Bolosevich, Troy Brown, Chad Miller, Tommy Hartwell, James Gardner, Ralph Lucas, Megan Carr, Lori Hogan. I have Don Briggs, Kate Conard, Mary Pat Simmons. Are there any others that would like to be added to a list that are not registered voters that would like a chance to speak tonight? All right, of that list that I just read off, is there anyone that would like to make a motion to allow those people to speak tonight?
I'll make that.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second. Thank you. We have a motion and discussion. Second, is there any discussion on that? All those in favor, please hold up your yes card. All those opposed? All right, the yeses have it. Those people have been given permission to speak tonight. If there is a non-registered voter that was not on that list that would like to speak later tonight, please just get my attention and we'll ask the body to vote on that just like we did now. All right, speaking proceedings. There's a microphone right there. We'll set up a queue for the microphone. When speaking, please state your full name and your town of residence. If there's a vote to end discussion, anyone in the queue will be permitted to speak. Everyone gets an opportunity to speak. Please address the moderator, not one another, unless it's to a department head and it just makes sense to do that. Make your point, be respectful of other people and everyone's time. No personal attacks. Let others speak. If no one else is in line, you can come around and speak again. Remember, we're here to discuss the posted warrant, nothing else. If someone breaks the rules, they'll be ruled out of order. Do it again, they'll be warned. Continuously out of order or overly disruptive despite warnings. To stop as last resort, may be asked to leave the meeting, but I don't see that happening. And with that, I think we have a motion.
Moderator, I'd like to make a motion to hear Article 9 first, Public Works borrowing for sewer wastewater treatment plant upgrades.
All right, we have a motion to hear Article 9 out of order. Is there a second to that? We have a second. All right, is there any discussion on that? All right, all those in favor of hearing Article 9 out of order, please hold up your yes card. All right, thank you. All opposed, hold up your no. All right, Article 9. Article 9, Public Works, borrowing for sewer wastewater treatment plant upgrades. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $9 million for the Public Works Department to make upgrades and repairs to the sewer wastewater treatment plant, to authorize the issuance of $9 million of bonds or notes in accordance with the provisions of the Municipal Finance Act, RSA 33, to authorize the Select Board to issue, negotiate, sell, and deliver such bonds or notes, and to determine the rate of interest thereon, and the maturity and other terms thereof, to authorize the Select Board to apply for, accept, and expend federal, state, and other aid, if any, which may be available for said project, with the amount of such bonds or notes to be reduced by any grant, aid, or other funding received for the project, and to comply with all laws applicable to said project, and further to authorize the Select Board to make any other action or to pass any other vote relative thereto. Without impairing the general obligation nature of bonds or notes, it is anticipated that debt service payments will come from sewer user fees. Estimated tax impact, none for 2026. Future bond payments will come from sewer user fees. Recommended by the Select Board, 5-0 to 0. Recommended by the Budget Committee, 7-0 to 0. Requires 3/5 ballot vote. And with that, I'll have the town come up.
Okay, I'm going to, again, Troy Brown, Town Manager. I'm going to ask our Public Works Director, Eric Oliver, to come up and do an overview of the need for this warrant article. Eric's been working on maintenance issues and rehab issues on our wastewater treatment plant for the last couple years. And as you know, if you attended the bond hearings when we had the emergency meeting back in December, that addressed the $2.5 million emergency need. But as you're going to learn, there's ongoing costs that we need to discuss and address. So, Eric, you take over. As you heard, Joe Ducharme is here from Hoyle Tanner, so he can assist us with any technical questions that you may have.
Thank you. Did everyone get this handout? It was at the table when you came in? Okay. I'm pretty much going to speak to this. Any questions, please feel free to ask. So what Article 9 is Phase 2. The 2.5 that was accepted in December was basically an emergency. That was to keep the plant running so that we could meet our permit needs. This Article 9 is actually upgrades to the plant, fixing issues that are going to be coming around. So as you can see, it's color-coded. And with the blue, a new headworks building, which we have started the design phase of that and currently working on that part of it. That will house septic receiving. And then the other part would be the oxidation ditches, H and L. And that would be an upgrade to increase our biological capacity, which will allow the plant to grow. Because right now we're not running efficiently. We may be at half capacity, but we're running more like 3/4 to over 80%. And that's basically what the money is for. And then to finish off the dewatering unit. So if there's any questions, I'd love to answer them.
All right, if there's no questions of the warrant article, I guess we'll put it to a vote. All those in favor of placing Article 9 on the warrant as presented, please hold up your yes cards. All right, all those opposed, please hold up your no cards. All right, Article 9 goes on the warrant as presented. All right, back to Article 1. To election of officers, to choose necessary officers, including one Board of Selectmen for 3 years, one Board of Selectmen for 3 years, one moderator for 2 years, one supervisor of the checklist for 6 years, one Park and Rec Commissioner for 3 years, 3 library trustees for 3 years, and a trustee of the trust funds for 3 years. There's no action to be taken on that, so that'll just go on the warrant. Article 2. Zoning amendment number 1. Are you in favor of the adoption of amendment number 1 as proposed by the Littleton Planning Board for the Littleton zoning ordinance as follows? Allow up to 2 single-family dwellings and 2 two-family dwellings per parcel as a permitted right in the R1, R1A, R2, rural, commercial, and mixed-use zones. More than 2 single-family and/or two-family dwellings per lot will require a special exception from the Zoning Board of Adjustment. Single-family dwelling conversions to two-family or multifamily will require a special exception. Also amend the permitted uses in the mixed-use zone to allow single-family dwelling conversions to two-family or multifamily by special exception. Recommended by the Planning Board, 7-0 to 0. I do know that there's a couple representatives of the Planning Board here tonight, if anybody has any questions.
Leela Reinstein, Littleton. Sorry, guys. My first question is I've got a couple of questions. I'll just go through them all. But the first one's kind of a general one with the first 3 articles, and maybe one answer can answer them all. But it looks to me like it's expanding and almost eliminating the differences between the residential, rural, and commercial and mixed use, with the exception of commercial in the mixed use, I guess. The zoning that we have. So I just know, is that the goal of this? Which is just one of the questions. The next item is that, to me, allowing 2 single family and 2 duplexes on a lot is a lot for a lot. So my other question would be the lot size requirements, the offset requirements, the setback requirements, all those other requirements, are those staying in place so that the only lots that they would have this much added to would be, say, a very, very, very large lot? Or am I going to end up with the people who live across the street having essentially 3 buildings and 4 families in them?
And we got some representatives of the planning board to help you out with that. And just a reminder to everybody, when it comes to the planning articles, we cannot amend them. So just to let everybody know.
Good evening, Tony Lacqua. I'm the chair of the planning board. This is Kelvin. He's the vice chair. So what you have in front of you is a couple warrant articles. The idea behind this, or the rationale, as you know, it's no secret that housing, affordable housing, available housing is slim, nationwide, statewide, county-wise, even our municipality. So these zoning, every year we come in front of you folks. We're trying to modernize and stay ahead of the zoning and planning issues here in town and actually have control. So what we did here was modernize the current zoning, clean up some of the language, make it user-friendly, cleaner, transparent on what you can and cannot do to provide some additional relief when it comes to density and add in more options available out there for folks. So that's the first rationale question. The second question you had, can you repeat that for us?
Well, like on this one specifically, right?
Which one are you
say,
talking about?
The Article 2 amendment, your zoning amendment 1,
Yeah.
is that you say that allow up to 2 single-family dwellings and 2 two-family dwellings per parcel would be a permitted right, and it lists all the residential, rural, commercial, and mixed use. And so the question goes back to, that seems like an awful lot, and you know, it could change the entire character of the town, of the neighborhoods. So my question is, does this have to do with, are we retaining the offsets, the space between buildings, the lot sizes? And I know the lot sizes later on get, I think, thrown out, but in general, because there's a small lot, not that small actually, across the street from me, and you know, it wouldn't be a problem if there was a building there, or even maybe we have a duplex next to it. But for 3 more buildings to be put back there, I get concerned, and I'm all for out building things, and I understand that, but I don't want to have it so that what we have is places that are you know, people can shake hands between their windows, so that it's changed the character of the neighborhood. I agree that we need more housing, which is why I don't understand why in your last sentence you say that people who want to convert a single family to a mixed use, or convert a single family to a 2-family or multifamily, have to get special permission versus if you're just going to build all that. I mean, if it's already there, then it's not going to change the character of the neighborhood. You just approved one behind my backyard. But if people put in 3 separate buildings, that's going to change the character of a neighborhood. So that's kind of my questions with regard to that.
Yeah. Did you want to go for that one?
Yeah. So Calvin Bollier, Vice Chair of the Planning Board. So just to echo some of Chairman Alakwa's comments, so the idea behind this is not to mess with any of the existing setbacks. This isn't going to touch any of that. So all of those rules that you have, rules from DES about, if, whatever kind of sewer you need, whatever kind of water you need, setbacks, all that, none of that is going to change. But one of the things we did have in our zoning ordinance, which if you read it, I think it's over like 70-something pages long, is we had this chart of uses. And the chart of uses, it was kind of odd that sometimes you could build something brand new in a zone, but you couldn't convert an existing use without a special exception or that. So what this does is it tries to harmonize that and really prioritize single family, because in our mixed use zone, single family was not allowed. In the commercial zone, single family was not allowed. So this will actually allow, and we have these existing uses already in our town, already in our zones. They're just grandfathered in. So what this does is harmonize all of that. So whether it's a conversion of a use or whether it's a brand new construction, it's going to be treated on equal footing. And you're looking at the special exception, I assume.
I'm looking at the last sentence.
Right. So single family is, if you're converting a single family to a 2-family or a multifamily, that requires a special exception process. So that's not by right. That's where you're taking an existing single family home. So the situation you're talking about, where you have a single family home across the street, if they're going to be converting that, now there's going to be a special exception process to go through. So you're actually going to have an opportunity to go to the zoning board and weigh in on that.
So, but I have that behind me, actually, and in front of me, I have an empty lot, and they can build three separate buildings in there, according to what this says, without, by a matter of right. That doesn't seem to be consistent.
I don't see it as 3 separate buildings.
2 single-family.
2 single-family.
And 2 two-family dwellings. That makes 3 separate buildings. No, because 2 single-family, oh, you're right, 4, I'm sorry, 4 buildings. I'm miscounting. So you can add 4 buildings without.
It's either or. So if you build
It
one
doesn't
single
say or.
family and
It
one.
says and.
That's not how it's written.
It says and. And the other
Two single
sentence says and
two
or, so
family
it's still got
dwellings
and
per lot.
per lot.
Yeah,
Per
requires
parcel.
Special exception. So if you go above the 2, you're going to have guardrails.
No, it says that you can put those 4 buildings in one parcel as a permitted right. But on the last sentence, it says if I just want to change my single family into a 2-family or multifamily, I have to get special permission. The and is important. The and says it can be both.
That might be the.
It says and in one place and or in another. One sentence.
I'm not saying she's wrong. I'm
No,
just saying-
one sentence above that, it says and. And it shouldn't say and or if it's an or.
Well, so the idea was if you mix, so let's say you have a single family and then you also have a duplex on the same lot. So it's
That, my problem is it 4 buildings?
4 buildings would obviously, that would be more than the or. So you would trigger that.
No, but it says and or. It never says just or. It says and then it says and or, which still says that you could do 4 buildings.
No.
I don't know what it is, but if this is what's going to go into the regulations, I want it to be right. It may not be, it may be a typo, it may not be intended, but that's my concern.
Yeah. I'm not saying, I'm just trying to figure out.
Yeah, we're looking at the minutes right here.
No, I'm not disagreeing.
I mean, this is the warrant that was handed out at the beginning.
Yeah, this is.
Oh, from the attorney? Do we have the one from the attorney that will actually word for word what change in the zoning article?
This is from Joanna.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are the minutes.
Unless they can make
And what did you guys come back with? No, that's, yeah, that's just.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know. I just don't want this.
This is all I have.
Sorry. I prefer somebody else.
So,
I really don't like this.
these are the minutes. All right. So does that add up to 4?
I mean,
I
it's,
mean, I know what she's saying.
so I guess it depends on how you read it. I mean, if you say 2 single-family and/or 2
Two single, two, yeah,
or
and that's what it
two-family
says.
dwellings per
So
more
she's,
than 2.
I'm not
Well,
gonna
no,
disagree.
it depends on how you, so more than 2 single-family and/or 2, so a comma would have been really nice there. Because it says 2, like it's the number 2. So 2, it's not two-family, it's just single-family or 2-family.
Well, it's also.
So one of the ways, the intention was definitely not what you're suggesting. Now, whether or not that language is ambiguous, I mean, clearly it is because there's people here that are, kind of having an issue at it. But where it says more than 2, so 2, single family, or more than 2, or 2-family dwellings. It's not two-family dwellings. So it's,
If you read
take
the
your pick, you
sentence
get 2.
above that, it says exactly what I'm saying. It says 2 single-family dwellings and 2 two-family dwellings. Per parcel. As a permitted right. Yes.
Well, so, I mean, if it's too ambiguous,
can it
then I
be-
would recommend, if it's not what you agree with, I mean, well, it can't be amended at this meeting.
Okay, fine, then we'll just, everyone, vote no, please. On both this and the whole thing, and when you get to the, if it ends up on the ballot, vote no when you see it.
Well, we'll end up on the.
Yeah, it's on the ballot.
That's what I'm saying, so
I
vote
would
no
also-
when you see it.
I would also add that we did actually have a public hearing on every single one of these articles.
Okay, we, as an individual, I cannot attend every meeting that the select board has, that each committee has, and that the school board has. I try to, this year I did not do as good as in the past, and I apologize for that, but I have to at least make comments when I see it.
Yeah, no, of course, yeah, I
And
appreciate that.
in this case, if anyone doesn't want to have 4 different houses living next to them, vote no.
Simple. There you go.
So, okay, I think.
That wasn't our intent.
I-
But that's why we have these meetings. That's why there's a process. Thank you. Simple.
Mary Menzies, Town of Littleton. I'm with Lilo on this one. I understand the planning board's intentions, and I understand we can't change it tonight. It may be not what they meant, but it's what they said. I think 4 buildings per parcel is too many. Thank you.
Lauren Rodier, Littleton. I just have a question. We're looking at voting for a $9 million bond on our sewer system, and you're looking at means of increasing the population in Littleton. Do we know if our population even increases by a third, is this new sewer system going to be able to accommodate the extra population that you're looking to put in here?
I mean, I could-
Go ahead.
Well, so I can't comment on the sewer system capacity. I can tell you the intention of the zoning changes. These were, like I said, to harmonize our already existing. And if, I encourage everyone to read it because we had a table of uses that seemed to conflict what was already written in the zoning ordinance. So the idea behind this was, let's make it match. Let's have the single family and the 2-family and the multifamily and the conversion. Let's have all of that on the same level without substantially changing anything about what's currently allowed in any of the zones. The idea was it didn't matter if it was new or if it's converted, it was going to be on the same footing. So it wasn't this idea of this is going to be the change that's going to bring massive new development to Littleton. This was, it really doesn't make sense that we have single family in our commercial zone, but it's not permitted in our commercial zone. So that was really the intent of this, was to make what we already have existing in our town match our zoning ordinance.
It makes sense. Maybe we need to go back to Article 9.
Hello, my name is December Rust, Littleton resident, and I'm just curious, you talk about this trying to address some affordability issues, housing affordability, and harmonizing and conversion and all that. Does any of this, do we have any protections for this becoming a short-term rental problem? Because that is kind of, to some extent, what's to blame for housing problem in Littleton is the proliferation, of short-term rentals. So it's been happening now for at least 5 years, and it's kind of quiet, but is there anything, and I understand this is not like a huge change, but is there anything at all that's going to protect residents from that happening if the goal is actually affordable housing?
Yeah, so I'm just going to say none of the planning boards, zoning, any of these zoning changes, none of them have anything to do with short-term rentals. Is the answer to the question. So
Right.
none of that's germane to that.
Okay, well, it opens, I mean, it does open up
It doesn't
more
change
housing,
anything.
right?
So
Okay.
currently, short-term rentals are allowed in our current zoning ordinance.
Okay.
So it doesn't change any of that.
It just expands the possibility.
It doesn't expand the possibility, it just doesn't touch it one way or another.
Oh, it doesn't, so short-term rentals couldn't go into any of this harmonizing?
It has nothing to do with short-term. We didn't address short-term rentals one way or the other in any of these warrant articles.
That wasn't part of the rationale.
No, I
Yeah.
understand, but I mean, but it's not, there's nothing prevent, okay, that's fine, I understand, I see what you're saying, but it's not
Yeah,
preventing.
if it's an allowed use right
Right.
now, then it'll be an allowed use regardless
So,
of any of
correct.
these pass or
So
fail.
then they
None of
would
these
take-
have any bearing on that.
So it could expand that, okay, all right, thank you so much.
Again, one last comment on this too. So over the last year, we were able to participate in the Housing Opportunity Program, which over the last year, we've been studying the housing needs and deficiencies in the town. This is happening throughout the state. Conversations going on throughout the state right now regarding this. Every year, we try to get in front of you folks to try to make our zoning and planning regulations a little bit easier to understand, user-friendly, so we can avoid things that happened 5, 6 years ago. So we're trying to be forward-thinking and out front of this. And we might have a grammatical error. We can address that next year. But that's our intent here. Not to increase the sewer usage, not for Airbnb. It's just to make it, people can have some options, and clear, defined options.
Julie Butner, Littleton. I'm on the zoning board, generally as an alternate, and I'm a lawyer. And so when I look at this language, it's poorly drafted. It's going to cause more problems down the road. I know it's frustrating that it can't be amended, but I would rather hear no today and have you come back with the right thing next year than put something bad out there and then try to fix it next year, because we don't know if it's going to get fixed next year. So if we have something that says allow 2 and 2, which we do, I don't think it's a typo or an error. This is the language you're putting in front of us, and I think we need to say no, because you're telling us it's not what you intended. So why would we pass something that's not what the planning board wanted?
Go ahead, Chad.
And just for clarification, it does have to go on the warrant tonight as presented. I believe the planning board may have the option to change their recommendation on the warrant article. Town council is kind of nodding, I think. Right, but it still has to go on the warrant tonight as presented, as part of state law with planning articles. So just for clarification on that article. Is there anything else, anybody else want to have anything to chat about on this article? Any more discussion? All right, this article will go on as presented. You guys want to grab my stuff out of here? Yeah. All right. Article 3, zoning amendment number 2. Are you in favor of the adoption of amendment number 2 as proposed by the Littleton Planning Board for the Littleton zoning ordinance as follows? Allow multifamily dwellings as a permitted right in the R1, R1A, R2, commercial and mixed-use zones. All provisions from Article 10 of the Littleton zoning ordinance must be met. Recommended by the planning board, 7 to 0 to 0. Any questions or discussion on that? All right, oh, we've got one.
Lilo Reinstein, Littleton. So a multifamily dwelling, is that like an apartment building? So someone could decide to build a 10-story apartment building on a lot out there somewhere?
I'm not part of the planning board, but I don't think we can have 10 stories in Littleton.
Well, but is there a restriction? Is there a height restriction? Could someone build that?
Hold on a second.
If they want to?
We've got clarification coming.
Be a great way to solve the housing, the homeless problem. A 10-story apartment building.
So if you see provisions from Article 10 of the zoning ordinance must be met, so there are still requirements. There's still height requirements, there's still setbacks, there's still all of that. There's still sewer, all that other infrastructure requirements.
So there is a height requirement somewhere out there, I just missed it.
Yes, it's in the 70-plus pages of our zoning ordinance.
Okay. But, okay, using sewer as an example, can they just connect, I mean, could there be limits placed if the sewer capacity for where they want to put this thing doesn't work? Or is it just that they have to connect to sewer?
So my understanding is if you're within the public sewer, you're required to connect to it, but that's not my area of expertise. There
Okay,
is-
so my thing is, they could still put in a 10-story building, and then it's Eric's problem
It would
to
not be
figure
a
out how to solve it.
10-story, it would not necessarily be a 10, are you holding up 3? I'm sorry, Maximum is 3 stories, there you go.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Shamariah Nelson. I think some people might want to know how many units are allowed in this type of zoning. In this suggestion, how many units does Littleton allow on a lot?
Chad Miller, I'm the fire chief. I also serve as the zoning officer on the enforcement side. So multifamily is 3 or more units, restricted to no more than 3 stories for any building in town. And I believe you have to have 30,000 square feet and then an additional 4,000 square feet for each housing unit. So it depends on the size of the property. And I believe they did that in order to try to right-size the residential unit to the overall property and neighborhood.
Can I just finish my question? So
Sure.
on an extremely large lot, what is the max number of units that would fall into this?
It could be very many, 40, 50. It depends on the size of the lot. It depends some on geography, height restrictions. So fire code, you have to limit travel distance to exit. So there's a lot of variables that go into it, but it could be a lot.
Just maybe to clarify, under our current zoning right now, there's still no, and correct me if I'm wrong, but under our current zoning right now, there is no limit to multifamily either.
Correct.
Matt St. John, just a point of order question. You said that state law prevents us from considering any article placed by the zoning board? Is that correct?
No, so we can discuss it, we can't amend it.
And we
And-
can't
and
also vote against putting it on the ballot?
It has to go on the ballot as presented.
Okay. I would just encourage our representatives in Concord, some of whom may be familiar with the planning board laws, to look at that law, because it seems like a terrible one. Thank you.
Any other discussion? All right, seeing no one, that'll go on the warrant. Article 4, zoning amendment number 3. Are you in favor of the adoption of amendment number 3 as proposed by the Littleton Planning Board for the Littleton zoning ordinance as follows? Amend Article 10, Section 10 10.01.03 and 10.01.04 to remove the minimum lot size, remove the minimum density of square feet of land per unit, and to remove the provision that allows the zoning board of adjustment to determine the final density based on various conditions. Recommended by the planning board 7 to 0 to 0.
Lilo Reinstein, Littleton. As Chad just mentioned, to limit the size of some of these multifamily facilities, homes, whatever, is lot size, density. And so I'm like, I don't want to remove all of those things and end up with some monster thing floating around town. They can go into, apparently, even where there's right now, we only allow single-family dwellings, but now we're going to open it up to everything. And it can cover, the entire land can be covered with everything. All the things, no density requirements, no lot size requirements.
So this is just on that one section, the 10.01.03 and 10.01.04. So that is the multifamily. Keep in mind, there's still the height requirements, there's still the setbacks, there's still the infrastructure requirement, there's still, fire, there's still all these other, safety requirements that are required. Now, in terms of the actual lot size requirement itself, it's set at, I believe, just shy, I think it's currently 40,000 square feet per unit or something, or 30,000 square feet per additional unit. So, yeah, I think it's 30,000 square feet per additional unit. That's almost 3/4 of an acre. So we're looking at, for each additional unit, additional 3/4 of an acre. If you look at the areas in Littleton where people have multifamilies already, pretty much none of that is conforming. None of that is actually on lots that size. So what this will actually do currently is it actually puts development pressure on the more rural areas of town or areas that might not have access to our public water and sewer infrastructure. The smaller lots, this is really designed to allow infill in the parts of Littleton that are already developed, that already have the walkable neighborhoods, that already have multifamily in them. Right now, if anybody wants to come to town and put in a serious giant multifamily, they're going to put it in a rural area if they're going to put it at all.
But now they can do it downtown.
Yeah, like
With this removal of this requirement, of the lot size and density requirements, it can be put in any of the small neighborhoods downtown and totally change
all the small
character of the
neighborhoods downtown already have multifamily.
Well, not exactly downtown, but let's just say where I live on Owen Drive, there's an empty lot right across the street. I don't think we want the wall-to-wall with whatever.
It wouldn't
they
be
can
wall to
squeeze in
wall
there.
because there's still the setback requirements.
Well, but you're saying you're getting rid of the density, and you're getting rid of the minimum density as well as a minimum lot size. So it can be a lot. Apparently, it can be other.
If we keep the 30,000
this isn't
square feet,
adjusting, but I never said keep the 30,000 square feet. You could have changed that to a different number, but by removing it, it can be down to 10 square feet.
but you wouldn't physically be able to fit an entire unit on 10 square feet.
I don't know. It depends on what kind of unit you want to build, doesn't it? My point is that it's a possibility, and that's, someone could figure out a way to manage that. And 3 floors, right? You do a kitchen, bedroom, bathrooms. I don't know, and obviously I'm exaggerating. But this again opens up something that I don't think we know enough about unless people hear. I certainly don't want this because it's opening up to anything. It didn't just adjust those requirements because, they're not good. Okay, so adjust the number. Make it smaller than it is, but not, or large, but not just remove the requirement.
With all the other requirements, including setbacks and everything else that's required in order to create a livable unit, and you look at the size of what lots actually are in the already developed parts of Littleton, like the downtown around Main Street area, it really there wouldn't be a number that would really make sense.
You're saying a livable and making sense. That doesn't necessarily mean that they can't figure out a way to build exactly to build something that's going to meet the requirements. Because I'm not sure that those are legal terms.
So under the current requirements, it'd be very, very difficult, if not impossible, to find developable lots for any kind of multifamily that would pencil out in Littleton.
Like I said, then why didn't you change the number rather than just opening it up to any size.
Well, we
any
changed the number to
minimum.
0.
That's right, you changed the number to 0.
That
So-
one number, all the other numbers are the same, so setbacks.
You change the number to
all that's
0
the same.
for lot size and for density. Or you remove the minimum density, so they can put whatever density they want. That's why I mentioned the 10 feet, because why not? So, that's it.
John Piet, Littleton. Request of the moderator to keep us to the 3 minutes that you said per warrant article earlier.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Not a problem. All right, is there any other discussion on the article?
Bruce Hadlock, Littleton. I want to tell you that you people do not know enough that you should be doing a title search on every single time you do it, because these articles, in turn such as the industrial park, have got covenants all in them. I own a development, it's got covenants in them. Most of your places have got covenants in turn, and when you've got covenants in here, you can't make those judgments on it. So you need to have a title search beforehand to find out whether they got covenants in them, because most of your landlords in turn, or real estate people in turn, have put covenants in these deeds. It's right in there, and if you just check it out, or you can read the ones on the industrial park out of it. You can't do it. You can't change the ones that are in here in the industrial park out of it unless you get permission from everybody in it, and you've got to turn around, and you cannot limit them. You can't change them. You can only add if it makes it stronger on it. So you really need to do your homework, and you're not. Frankly, thank you.
All right, is there any other discussion?
Steve Height. On this part here to remove minimum lot size and remove minimum density per square feet, it sounds to me like an application for a campground. I mean, minimum lot sizes, that gets you into 10-size lots. I don't know. I'm looking at it, and that's what I'm thinking of. We just dealing with an issue. Does this open the door for more of that probability? I don't know that there's an answer, but it's a thought that I've got by looking at this. I don't know, right or wrong.
Again, all this centers around giving the ability of the town to make the decisions. Right. Everyone screams, we want to have local control. Well, guess what this is?
Yeah, no,
local control.
I get it.
We got the guardrails in place. We have processes in place to ensure all this.
Sure.
This is what we came up with for some items to streamline and make it transparent. At the end of the day, it's your decision.
But are there guidelines that would have something for you to stand, some kind of grounds for you to stand on that it doesn't turn into postage stamp next to a campground situation?
Yeah, I mean, because there is. I mean, you have to go through the special exception process, various process. We have setbacks, we have minimum things, right-of-ways, we have all that stuff in place now.
Yeah.
That doesn't change.
Okay.
We're just trying to make it a little bit easier for everyone to understand.
I know on the big.
Unfortunately, for some, that might not be the case, but that's the case.
Thank you.
All right, any other discussion? All right, the warrant will go on as presented. Article 5, zoning amendment number 4. Are you in favor of adoption of the amendment number 4 as proposed by the Littleton Planning Board for the Littleton zoning ordinance as follows? Amend Article 8 regarding home occupations to allow no impact home occupations by right in the R1, R1A, R2 rural and mixed-use zones, and allow low impact home occupations by special exception in those zones. A no impact home occupation would not be visible from the street, would have no customer visits, and would have limited deliveries. A low-impact home occupation could have up to 4 non-resident employees, up to 20 customer visits per day between 7 a.m. and 9 p.m., routine parcel deliveries, and screened outdoor storage and display of merchandise in a single area of up to 200 square feet. Recommended by the Planning Board 7-0 to 0. Any discussion on this article?
B.G. Frazier. I live on Old Waterford Road in Littleton, and I just had a question for the planning board members. For the low-impact home occupations, it said that it would be granted by special exception. Now, would the abutters of that area be notified of this situation before the special exception would be granted? Because on my road, for example, a dead-end road would be highly impacted by employees and customers coming in deliveries. So I'm just curious if the abutters to the requester would be notified about this event before the exception would be granted.
It's the exact same as any other special exception that goes before the zoning board.
So meaning the abutters will not be notified? You have to, like, see some sort of notice in the
So
paper?
I'm not on the zoning board, I'm on the planning board. My understanding is the zoning board does notify abutters when there's a special exception.
Okay,
Yes, you
very
would be
good.
notified.
Awesome.
You would have the opportunity to attend that hearing and have your voice heard, and they would make that, they would take your word into
Okay,
account.
wonderful,
So yes,
thank you.
you'll be part of the process.
Debbie Warner, Littleton. I don't understand what the low-impact home occupation is. What I read here, it just kind of looks like human trafficking or something. I have no idea what examples there are.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's obviously nothing like anything like that. So a low impact is basically where there is some kind of neighborhood impact, where, just like what it says, and there's more in here that's, unfortunately not printed, but it's something that, so right here, the last sentence, a low impact up to 4 non-resident employees. So a no impact obviously wouldn't have any employees. It wouldn't have any outside storage. It wouldn't have any customer visits. So a low impact is anything that is that threshold or less. Anything more than that threshold, would not be a low impact business. So there's kind of like tiers. So let's say you have an accounting business and you do accounting out of your home, okay? That's a no-impact business because you're just sitting in your home office working on your business. Let's say you have a business like you're an accountant, but you also do consulting, and maybe you have people come over to your home, sit in your house, and you help them with whatever accounting questions they have. That would be possibly a low impact if you're having those kind of impacts on the neighborhood. You're having that additional traffic, maybe people parking on the street, what have you. So that's the idea. The whole reason we put this in here, by the way, is that under our current zoning ordinance, we still have occupations that I frankly don't think people are doing in Littleton anymore. I think one of them was making shoelaces. That was something that you're allowed to do by right at home in Littleton. But there's obviously, as our society becomes more advanced, more complicated, there's jobs we have now that weren't even created when some of the, when these warrant articles or when these zoning ordinances were written. So the idea is, let's not try to name every single possible home occupation. Let's try to look at what impacts those occupations have on the community. And if you're not bothering anybody and you're working from home, it should be okay. If you're having a light touch where you might have some neighborhood impacts, let's at least have some kind of process so the neighborhood can weigh in on it and make sure there's not an undue burden on the neighborhood. But the overall idea is, let's not name every single business. Let's actually focus on the impacts to the neighborhood.
About a title search, do not do what you're talking about without a
So,
title.
and I appreciate your earlier comments about the title search. You're right. If you have a restrictive covenant, that's a private agreement that could be more stringent than the zoning, but that's a private agreement. So
Doesn't make any difference. You people in turn have to ask the questions, and you've got to ask that.
it's up to the property owner to do
No,
that.
it's not up to the property owner. That comes back, but consequently, it's their responsibility.
Lilo Reinstein, Littleton, New Hampshire. I do have a concern after the discussions that took place. You could have someone who works alone in their house, has no customer visits and limited deliveries, or that has that whatever their occupation is either extremely loud or extremely smelly. And I'm just wondering, because that's still, it's an impact, actually for either one of those, that would be an impact. The additional of those kinds of activities that do that.
Yeah, so we have health and noise ordinances to deal with that.
We do have a noise ordinance. Thank you.
I think it would be under general nuisance then if it's not specifically noise.
Courtney Bowler, Littleton. I think it would be helpful to provide a little bit of context. So if you look at the zoning ordinance, section 8.4, permitted home occupations, the lists include dressmaking, sewing, tailoring, knitting, and shoelacing, painting, sculpturing, or writing, telephone answering, home crafts such as model making, rug weaving, lapidary work, cabinet making, tutoring limited to 4 students at a time, home cooking and preserving, computer programming, babysitting services for 1 to 3 non-resident children from 1 or more unrelated families. So I read this amendment with that context as this is, it doesn't say it explicitly, but it's making it a little bit more flexible. However, it seems poorly proposed because you have a list of permitted home occupations.
This would replace that list. The list would go away.
Does it say that it would amend it in regarding?
Amend article.
Okay. Just the way that these are presented, they're not really set up for success, and it's confusing for the voters.
Any other discussion? All right, no other discussion. The article will go on as presented. Yeah, petitions are next. All right, the next article we have is Article 6, zoning petition article, amend table of use regulations for industrial 1 district. To see if the town of Littleton will vote to amend Article 4, Section 4.02, Table of Use Regulations for the Industrial 1 District to include the following additional permitted uses: schools and educational institutions, medical facilities, animal hospitals, recreation facilities, by petition, recommended by the Planning Board, 7-0 to 0. This is one of our petitioned articles, and therefore we have a primary petitioner, Shamariah Nelson, and in accordance with state law, she does have up to 10 minutes to be able to speak, but she doesn't have to use all 10.
Thank you, guys. I will not take 10 minutes, I promise. The reason these schools, educational institutions, medical facilities, animal hospitals is because those are predefined in the zoning. And so if you read what those definitions are, so if someone wants to do a CrossFit gym, this would allow it in the industrial zone. Right now, there's only 9 uses out of the 79. There's only 9 uses allowed in the industrial zone. Now, specifically, I've read the deeds in the industrial zone, and they do not speak to use. They do have restrictions, and each one of those do have to follow those restrictions, but they do not address the use. And right now, this Plymouth, St. Johnsbury, a lot of the towns around us, they include commercial uses in their industrial zone. I think we've done an amazing job with the industrial zone, and I think its intentions are awesome, but if we just release a little bit of uses, I think that we could really help people move in the community a little bit more freely, and that's basically the extent of it.
All right, is there any other discussion on the article? All right, seeing none, and you're fine seating the rest of your time. All right, as that's hold on just a second, Debbie. All right, so that's a planning article. It will go on as presented. And next we have Article 7, and I'm going to preface this by, as many of you who have looked over the warrant so far, you'll see that there are 4 articles that are very similar. Article 7 and 8 have to do with Keno and games of chance, as do 57 and 58. They have the same primary petitioner, Debbie Warner, as for all 4 articles. And what she's going to be making a motion here in a little bit to change the order that they are considered and heard. And what her goal is to make it more efficient It makes sense. So instead of her speaking for 10 minutes for 4 articles, 40 minutes, her goal is to explain it in an order that's concise and reduces the amount of time that will be spent on all 4 articles combined. So that being said, Debbie, if you want to make your motion.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we consider the articles in this order: Article 8, Article 58, Article 7, and Article 57.
Okay, so just to kind of summarize, that motion essentially is we're going to consider those four items out of order individually, but in that sequence. Okay, does everybody understand what the motion is? And is there a second on that motion? We have a second on that motion. Is there any other discussion regarding the motion to consider those 4 articles out of order?
What's the rationale?
The rationale, or if you'd like to go ahead.
Well, yes, there's a story behind them. The story goes very clearly with Article 8, and Article 58 is almost an identical article. So those two go clearly together. And then Article 7 piggybacks on the story from the one before.
So,
and then its little clone, its twin, is number 57.
Yeah.
So they should be much quicker.
yeah, I believe efficiency is the goal of the motion. Is there any other discussion regarding the motion? All right, all those in favor of the motion to consider the next articles 8, 58, 7, and then 57, please hold up your yes cards. All right, and all those opposed, please hold up your no card. All right, so our next article that we will discuss is Article 8. Article 8, zoning petition article, prohibition of games of chance. Are you in favor of amending Article 6, Section 613 of the Littleton zoning ordinance by adding the following wording as enabled by RSA 287-D:32, local option games of chance? Operation of games of chance shall be prohibited within the town of Littleton by petition. Estimated tax impact is none. Not recommended by the planning board, 1 to 6 to 0. Debbie, again, this is a petitioned article. You do have up to 10 minutes.
Can I?
Yeah, I guess if you want.
Thank you very much. Debbie Warner from Littleton. As you know, I've been involved in this casino deal. It has been going on for quite a few years now. We have a history that we want to just bring up a little bit here. One sec. I have papers here. Here we are. All right. In May of 23 in this room, we had the casino guy, Greg Carlin, come and tell us he was going to put a casino in Littleton, and there was nothing we could do about it. We were stunned, and more than 100 people were here, and many spoke, 95% were spoken against it, and afterwards we all reeled, and we were stunned. And we got together, the collection of Littleton citizens got together, and we brought a zoning petition prohibiting casino, which passed by 60%. And it had no teeth because the state law preempted it and it couldn't do anything. And in 24, at the exact same time, as soon as we found out that it was not going to fly in terms of enforcement, we brought a bipartisan bill to the legislature by Senator Rochford and Representative Barton to Concord for local option, which took 2 years and it passed. Your vote in 2024 may not have had teeth, but it had a bite in Concord. We got that bill to pass. It was passed unanimously in the House and Senate. That bill had an exception for existing casinos and the application people, including our Littleton guy. We have a bill now in the Senate, co-sponsored by Representative Barton, to allow remaining applicants to change their town of address voluntarily, which could in fact find them a more desirable match than in a different town. I was there this morning. Our bill is still alive in the Senate Ways and Means Committee. I do dress differently down there. I put on fancy stuff. You didn't recognize me. Our yes vote on these articles will have impacts on all of these matters. It will protect Littleton from additional casinos in current law. It will mean that when the exempted casino closes or is not built, then they will no longer be able to remain in Littleton. It will be known that the casino is not welcome in Littleton, which the applicant weighs in their business decision and under which the bill now works. Your votes have had meaning and importance all along. And this one too. Under current circumstances now, even and especially under the changing nature of regulations and opportunities, it changes a lot in Concord in the casino business. The local option law that we have passed states that the wording of this petition shall be substantially the same as the wording in the statute. If you look between 8 and 58, it's pretty hard to tell the difference between them. However, our very wise planning board noticed somewhat of a difference, and they recommended submitting 58 to be sure. So that's why there's 2 of them. And likewise on the other 2 concerning Keno. This redundancy is like wearing both a belt and suspenders. We should vote for both of them. 8 and 58 should be a positive town vote. So please vote yes to both of them. The economic, I'll tell you a little bit about that in terms of why you might vote yes on election day. And that is the economic impact. The casino money, they expect to get $14 million out of our economy. They expect that that's how much people will lose here in Littleton. Well, I'm talking here. I've still got the floor. I have calculated that. I've been to all of the commission meetings to oversee the casinos. They know me there, and I look at the reports, and I calculated the exact basis on that. So we also want to see what happens with that. When people are spending money at the casino, they are also not spending it elsewhere. It is a little problem. If there's casinos cannibalize other businesses, especially in a rural area, especially retail and restaurants. People have less money in their pockets, discretionary money, so they're not shopping downtown. We have some risks there in our wonderful, beautiful Main Street. They also undercut restaurants and bars. They have a restaurant and a bar, and they sell those substances and foods at a very low price in order to keep people there and to keep them gambling. And so that's one of the ways that it's tough competition for restaurants. And in small towns, the restaurants do poorly. We have 39 restaurants in a town of 6,000 people. It's a pretty awesome thing. I tell that to people in Concord, and they say, what? We do. It's a very healthy town. We've got a great economy here. And so we need to make sure that we preserve it and protect it. So that's why I would want to prohibit a casino here. Restaurants suffer because they sell them so discounted, and they also keep people, they might even get inebriated and gamble a little more or less, impulse control. The gambling addictions are a problem. People living within 10 miles of a casino are twice as likely to have a gambling addiction. Nevada, with so many slots and casinos, has 3 times the rate of addiction. 30% of the people using a casino, now this is not judgment on people who go to a casino and want to gamble and do it within your own realm. This is not about that. This is about the impact on the town. But of note, 30% of the people using a casino are gambling addicted. This is research on that. 10% more are problem gamblers. So 40% of the players in the casino have trouble controlling their wagers and their limit. Most of this over-gambling population are local patrons, unfortunately. So as a result of their staying longer at the games, this 40% provides 60% of the house money, mostly from local pockets. Casino workers have a 3 times higher rate of gambling addiction. Gambling addictions hurt the player, their family, their work, even their friends, who they might try to ask for help with their debts. Losing money that is needed for important necessities is a problem. Oil, rent, mortgage, diapers, milk. It puts a great strain on families, can lead to strife, domestic violence, substance abuse, evictions, bankruptcy, work problems, broken families, broken dreams. Poverty and welfare burden. There's a municipal cost to this when they seek relief from the town to sustain their housing under desperate circumstances if they don't have the money. The direct assistance item in our budget is $167,000 now. Consider what is likely to happen to that with vulnerable personal family money losses and desperation. Treating gambling addiction is very shallow on resources. I have asked all of the psychologists in New Hampshire if anyone treats it. All have said no so far. I put feelers on other counseling professions. I still have not found any. There are some programs in other states funded by government, but our citizens can't access those. There was $250,000 of our general fund from the state allocated to develop this aspect of treatment, and they trained 60 people, and they now have a little database of that, but there's only about 40 people on it, and most of them are full. But it's just, there's going to be more people needing treatment than there are those to treat it. The town expense, if we're looking at perhaps dealing with crime and police and inebriation and also this budgetary problem of people being desperate for money, now the law allows that a town can access one charitable slot in charitable gambling casinos. And looking at the comparable casino to our district would be Conway, and looking at what is their average charitable allotment, it's $17,000. So if our town signed up for one of those slots, we could probably get something like $17,000 out of that. And that's probably not even close to what it would cost in welfare relief and also various services that would cover the difficulties. So I would say to you, shall I wrap up this portion?
Yeah, if you're done speaking, and then we can have discussion on that.
Okay, I think I can tell you that in the state, in 2024, which is the only, 25, they don't have the full figures yet, but the total revenue that is beyond, it's this money lost by gamblers, okay, in the state is $72,990,202. The charity revenue is $24,294,000. The state revenue that they get, and it goes to the education fund and other things they do. They have pennies, lost pennies of gambling, of the casinos, go to problem gambling, and last year that amounted to $167,000. And the state was supposed to put in $250, so they had to make up the difference. By the way, in Massachusetts, they put $44 million into trying to take care of problem gambling. They have only 3 casinos. New Hampshire has 15 casinos. So we're highly underfunded and under-resourced in dealing with the addiction. And the charity revenue is $24,294,000. So those are the kind of things that come out of it, and I'd be happy to ask you. I'm going to explain one little bit is that the planning board did not have a high approval of this number 8 because it was in a different format, and it was slightly different. When we look at 58, we'll see how it's much more exact. Same wording, but just very close. Thank you.
All right.
Do I go to
Thank you. Yeah, you can go. Yeah. All right. Oh, Mary, I think there's a couple people in line. All right. Discussion on the article.
Eric Reinstein, Littleton. I have a legal question. This says operation of games of chance. Does that include lottery, raffles, bingo, and other games of chance? And how is it not including other games of chance besides the casino? Because lottery is a game of chance. And this is saying we can't have an operation of a game of chance here. So does that mean that we can't sell lottery tickets in this town? We can't do raffles. We can't have bingo nights.
Right.
It's a legal question because
We've
reading
got
this, it
town
says,
council if they've got. All right. Town council's working on an answer. Yeah, there are other people that want to speak. So, all right, so as town council reviews that, yeah, Mary, if you want to.
Just one quick ignorant question, because I know nothing about gambling, but what is Keno that is separated from games of chance? Just a simple question.
I think
Thank you.
that'll be
Oh,
explained.
that's coming next?
late-
Okay.
Yeah, in the later
Sorry.
articles.
George Morgan, Littleton resident. I just have a few things here with regards to impacts of gambling on communities. And this comes from many sources, out of state, in state. Sure. So, this is from the State of New Hampshire Gaming Study Commission report, and some increases in crime, especially DUI and sleepy driver incidents near gaming facilities, is likely, though manageable with additional law enforcement. So, are we going to have to go out and hire a bunch more policemen? The casino is not going to pay for that. The taxpayer is going to pay for that. From Citizens Count, inspiring New Hampshire citizens to make a difference. Multiple casino locations may force negative social and economic impacts on many New Hampshire communities. These impacts include higher rates of gambling addiction, violent crime, domestic abuse, suicide, and increased welfare, social service, and criminal justice costs. The cost comes out of our tax dollars. 2006 study published by the Revenue of Economics and Statistics found that by the 5th year after the introduction of a casino, rates of robbery, aggravated assault, auto theft, burglary, larceny, and rape increased by an average of 10%. Slots are several times more addictive and harmful than existing New Hampshire gambling. Gambling addiction onset is over 3 times faster with slot machines compared with table games, lotteries, or betting on animal racing. Through frequent display of near misses, slot machines are designed to make players think that they are winning 2 to 5 times more than in reality. There's a strain on municipal resources. Host cities like Nashua and Manchester faced increased costs for police and fire activity, traffic management, and infrastructure wear. Calls to the New Hampshire Gambling Addiction Hotline more than doubled between 2021 and 2024, with roughly 23,500 residents.
Mr. Morgan, I'm just going to let you know 1 more minute.
Okay. Now suffering from gambling-related issues. Problem gambling is linked to severe psychological distress, including anxiety, depression, and high suicide rates. In conclusion, is it worth the risk to have our economy, potential costs to our town that is paid for by our property tax, increased traffic on Meadow Street, and probably on Main Street, the need for more parking? I have no crystal ball, but I do believe that many of the negative things I've mentioned happening in other towns and in cities in New Hampshire will occur here. Please vote yes on Article 57 and 58 on March 10th. Thank you.
Calvin Bollier.
Hey, Calvin, if you don't mind, town council has an answer to the previous question.
Sure.
If that's okay? Thank you. I'll let town council speak.
I'll keep it brief. So Games of Chance is governed by Chapter 287D, and in order to do what this is falling under, it would be under 287. It would be under 287D32, which defines, and then in that chapter they define games of chance as any game involving gambling, as defined in RSA 647. I'll get to that in a sec. Or any lottery prohibited in 647. That's an illegal lottery. If somebody was hosting it on their own, it's not the state. But shall not include any game involving the use of a slot machine or any device in the nature of a slot machine, 50-50 raffles, or ice-out contests. As to gambling, which is incorporated in that, and that actually is found in our criminal code, Gambling means to risk something of value upon a future contingent event, not under the individual's control or influence, upon an agreement or understanding that something of value will be received in the event of a certain outcome. For the purposes of this subparagraph, the phrase something of value shall include a sweepstakes ticket or other item obtained in conjunction with the purchase of goods or services that entitles the holder to a share or a chance in a sweepstakes where, but for the opportunity to enter the sweepstakes, the value of the purchased goods or services is insufficient to justify the purchase, or the inducement to purchase the goods and services is the opportunity to play on the gambling machine. So, and then gambling machine, any device. So this is a fairly broad sweeping thing. It does encompass various gambling related events. It does not include slot machines.
I think one of the questions was, like lottery tickets that are sold at the gas station. If this passes, will they be able to be sold?
Says shall include sweepstakes tickets,
So if this article passes, then lottery tickets, for instance, at a gas station or Shaw's or wherever, would not be able to be sold in the town of Littleton.
That's not correct. Oh, hang on a sec. Something of value shall include a sweepstakes ticket or other item obtained, so.
He said the lottery when it's not sanctioned by the state, and the ones that are sold at the gas stations are sanctioned by the state.
Yeah, sorry, I misspoke. The sweepstakes is related to an activity where you buy it with other goods that are, you're basically purchasing the goods for way more than you would have in order to have this chance. So yes, anything outside of the control, an illegal lottery, which is, always governed by the state, that's something that is prohibited. But state is fine.
Thank you for the clarification. All right, Calvin?
Yep, so Calvin Bollier, Littleton. I've noticed that whenever I stand at that podium and speak in the microphone, it's really stressful. So I'm going to see if I have better luck on this one over here. So I just wanted to explain the planning board why the vote came out 1-6-0. As you all remember, a few years ago, there was a petitioned zoning change to prevent casinos from coming to Littleton, and it passed. And still, yet somehow, casinos are coming to Littleton. And one of those things is the state can be, and as the attorney just testified, the state can be very particular about what exactly you need to do, what kind of I's you need to dot and T's you need to cross in order to actually enact local control. So yes, there was a legislative change to where now towns have local control, and I think casino is a perfect example of something that should be left up to townspeople to decide for themselves about what they want in their community. But in order to do that, they were extremely specific about the statutory way that it has to be petitioned as a warrant article. And as you know, casinos have deep pockets, as we've heard, and they can hire an army of lawyers. So the planning board did not want a situation where people thought that voting for this, and it passed, and this passed alone, would somehow move the needle on what's allowed in town. So the thinking was, let's go back and actually follow the RSA to the letter, which is the second one, not the Article 8, but the later one, the 50s ones. So that's why this came out. That's why it wasn't recommended. It wasn't the planning board weighing in one way or another where their casinos are good or bad. It was, leaving it up to the townspeople to actually make an informed choice. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Rudy Jolsey, Littleton, New Hampshire. And this article number 8, man, it's really, really hard for all of us that live in Littleton and we pay tax over here. I got some numbers to tell whoever was before me, okay? Maybe they gotta learn what casino is all about. We got so many casinos in New Hampshire. I mentioned just one or two, okay? Talk about Nashua. Before they built the casino, Gate City, Nashua was a dump. Right now, that casino, it makes about $153 million a year. And you know what they do with that money? They give it away. Charity, and they help the taxation, okay? Now, I did some research right here, okay, where we live, okay? Now we got it. All this town around Littleton, Franconia, Dalton, Bethlehem, all of us that we go in a casino, because not because we are mentally ill like somebody try to make everybody believe. We go to casino because all these people that work all week long, and they want some relaxation and stuff like that, they have some place to go. And that's what it is. All this town around here contribute to all the other town where they have the casino for about $17 million a year. If it is $17 million, it would have been spent right here in Littleton. I think everybody, would have been happy because of the taxation go down and stuff like that, And also another thing, who talks about, please,
You got 1 minute.
No, you let a lady over there talk for about 15 minutes, okay?
Hey, it's not your turn to speak, sir.
Lilo Reinstein, Littleton. Just would like, well, I have two things. One is clarification on slot machines. Would this apply to slot machines or not? It would not, so we could still someone could bring in slot machines. Okay. My other primary reason for talking is all these risks that were brought up are basically have to do with someone's personal behavior. So if we're going to look at it that, we need to bar alcohol, we need to bar mountain climbing nearby because those idiots have to keep getting rescued. We need to bar skiing because that's dangerous, and they use our hospital services constantly. So I mean, if we want to look at it that way, if we can't do anything that's risk, and we have to bar motorcycle riding because that's dangerous. We all know it's dangerous. It's a personal choice. And if this is supposed to be the live free or die state, give people options. And it shouldn't be banned from an entire town because someone's afraid of someone being addicted. There's a lot more people addicted to alcohol or drugs than there are gambling. And people from here do go gambling. They just have to drive a lot farther. Thank you.
Amy Sharp, Littleton. So I just wanted clarification again on this. This purchase of New Hampshire lottery tickets would still be allowed. Participation in online gambling as sanctioned by the state of New Hampshire would still be allowed. Bingo. 50-50? 50-50 is excluded.
It's allowed.
It's, okay. Casino nights? Raffles?
50-50 raffles are okay.
Other raffles?
You want to give me your full list?
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
John Piet Littleton, and I'll try to be very quick. So we've
You're being
heard,
timed.
we've heard very much from one side about why we think we should prohibit games of chance and Keno and whatnot, and Calvin explained why it was 1-6 for this one. The planning board didn't vote on the other one, but for 57 and 58, the select board did. And it sounded like the select board is in favor of allowing casinos here, if I understood that correctly. And I was wondering if they could explain that side of it for a minute. Like, I don't want another 10-minute conversation, but
No, actually, John, if you don't mind, the next article on 57, would it be 57 in order? We'll address that at that time. Right now,
Okay.
we're focused on
Okay.
Excuse me, 58, because we're addressing 8 right now.
Bruce Hadlock, lived here all my life, taxpayer, and I want to tell you people in this room, you're already starting out with a $250,000 increase in your property taxes. because of the fact that the power company in turn got an abatement out of it, and it's gonna cost everybody in this room $250,000 to start. That's number one. The second thing is, you gotta look around on the businesses on the main street, and you talk about all the businesses that are down through there on it, and on Meadow Street, they're all closed. And you got half of them, if you don't see it, you gotta be blind on it. You don't go out, you stay up on your hill with your guns and your
Bruce,
ammunition.
we gotta be a little respectful and please address the moderator.
Well, I am. But consequently, all these businesses, you got the same thing happening in the industrial park out of it. There's a number of them up there that are all closed up on it, or being for sold or something like that too. You got to realize that you need to have some kind of business pertaining to it within your community. And when you realize where these people come from, they want to build something here because of Vermont. Vermont is where they would come to, and you go down to Littleton here, and you got the big shopping center down here out of it. That's full of Vermonters. And if not Vermont, they're from Lancaster, Colebrook, and everywhere else around here on it. And this is a religious thing that this lady's got here, that she wants to turn around and fight it. It's wrong. We need to have some economy and some things put into business out of it to keep things going. Thank you.
Anyway, Rudy Joseph, I got another point, to make everybody understand that by building a casino in Littleton doesn't gonna cost us taxpayer nothing, zero. We don't have to hire new police officer because each casino is got their own security people. If the people don't go out, that they lock themselves in a room, let it be like that. But not try to come over here on a microphone and just, say stuff like that. It's no truth. In regard to you, I respect you because you're not. But it's a law that you mentioned. Do that apply to just for Littleton or is it the complete state?
So all the article can do, all this can do is affect Littleton.
Littleton. Then that's all. We close it right there, okay? You're a very intelligent person, but I'm talking about, I care about this town. I don't care about no other town. Why we, from Littleton, we gotta go to Maine, okay? To Oxford or to Bangor. We put $5,000 in our pocket and we wish we win, If we lose it, we lose. But why we gotta go to Maine to give our money just to have a good time? Why we gotta go to Nashua and have a good time? This is, whatever she said, man, I'm sorry, I don't mean to, you're right. Whatever was discussed over here doesn't make any sense. Believe me, it doesn't make any sense. Because nobody's gonna come and knock on your door and say, oh, go gamble. Oh, do this. No. If you wanna do it, you do it for yourself. Because that's America, live it free, or you get whatever. Thank you.
Still have some minutes left.
If you have,
I'd like to address the crowd.
yeah, you got 3 minutes if you'd like to. Do you need your binder or, yeah.
All right, thank you very much. By the way, we do live in a house that we built ourselves with our hands. So there you go. You've all heard about that before. Other forms of gambling. Games of chance are a very particular definition in the statute. And you have, in order to have any kind of casino, you have to have a games of chance employer license. And that is the underpinning for all of the casino games, for the table games, for the horse racing on the machines. They are basically slow slot machines. And now the new slot machines, which are video terminals, and they are much faster and more addicting. But in any case, Those things are the only things affected by this vote. And this does make a difference. The reason why we put it into the ordinance in a planning board zone was because we wanted it to be seen in the zoning ordinance. And it is substantially the same. Well, in a moment, we'll go to 58, which is pretty much the same wording, and it's the same launch point for enabling the vote. It does not affect lottery tickets. It does not have 50-50 raffles, gun raffles, quilt raffles, bingo, any of those things. Those are all covered under very different places in the statutes. This is just a very small spot that this applies to. And in order to enforce our new law that everybody wanted, the local option law, it's 287D 32. We have to pass this way. And it will prevent additional casinos from coming. And it also makes sure that if this casino doesn't open after they have their applications approved for so many years, that nobody can come in. So it is a good action, and it's not just a pipe dream. There were some other things. Select word. I think I did.
All right, is there other discussion?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Erin Hennessy from Littleton, and I apologize if this has already been asked and answered. But if this passes and 58 passes, how do those interact with each other?
I'll let town council speak, but I believe it's, they help each other, right?
So this is, you have two sets basically because of how the process works. So the correct way to prohibit any of these is what's mentioned in the later articles of, was it 57, 58, 58, 59, whichever ones those are. This is before you because it came before the planning board as a zoning amendment, and there's a process that, as you saw with the others, that the planning board or people can petition to the planning board to enact zoning amendments. That was then went through the planning board process, so it has to be on your warrant, okay? But the way to actually prohibit this stuff is the other two articles.
Thank you.
Hi, B.G. Frazier from Littleton. One of my concerns here is not about the issue of gambling, but the issue of how wide open these articles are and how we have to consult a lawyer to find out what is going to be restricted and what isn't. Also, my one of my favorite things, did you hear the first thing? Okay, so one of my concerns is that we have to consult a lawyer because of how wide open the language in these articles are. If we're trying to prevent something, I worry that we're going to prevent everything we love within this town that does involve games of chance or gambling. Another thing I want to point out is that I have loved living in Littleton for the 15 years I've been here because they welcome diversity of all sorts, business, people, cultures, religions, and I feel that we're being prejudiced towards this business and that you're also limiting the people who want to shop there to not be able to shop there. And what are we really preventing? How are they not just going to go to the next town line and build their casino in Lisbon, just across the Littleton line? So we may, if these problems are true in dealing with these gambling establishments, we're still going to be encountering them because they're still going to be in the area, whether they come to Littleton or next door. Thank you.
Lilo Reinstein, Littleton. I just want clarification. So if Article 8 is approved and Article 58 is not approved, then we will not be banning games of chance. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. It's statutorily prescribed
Right.
how you would prohibit it, and that's what was done in the later article.
Great, thank you.
December Rust, Littleton resident. So Littleton's kind of been in an economic stagnation for a little bit now, and we've got the box stores, we've got restaurants going out Meadow Street. Industrial park has been developed and more room for development. The downtown is established. Yes, it could grow in amount of stores, but it can't grow in size anymore. We need to be thinking about in Littleton about ways to grow our economy in a smart way, not just bringing in any business and giving them carte blanche to do whatever they want in Littleton, but responsibly doing it so that we can increase the tax base, so that we can have more money to spend on infrastructure, so that we can take some of the burden off from the residential taxpayers. And if downtown businesses are suffering, preventing another business from coming in, saying, well, they're going to take our business, that's just limiting the free market economy here in Littleton. Again, we live in a live free or die state. So, if we're going to talk about gambling as an addiction, as someone else brought up, alcoholism is way worse, way more prevalent, and we have at least 20 places in Littleton to buy alcohol in some form or another. So if we're going to talk about, one thing versus another, there's a lot to address, but what Littleton needs to think about is growth. Our population has been stagnant for 2 decades. We're not bringing in the right type of population of businesses, and we need to think about growth and saving taxpayers' money over time. Thank you.
All right, is there any other discussion? All right, the article will go on the warrant as presented. That was Article 8. We will now fast forward to Article 58. I can find it. It's on one of these pages. All right, Article 58. Petitioned article, prohibition of games of chance. Shall we prohibit the operation of games of chance within the town of Littleton by petition? Estimated tax impact, none. Not recommended by the select board, 1 to 3 to 0. And at this time, the primary petitioner does have 10 minutes to speak by statute. But she does have the floor to speak on that article. She doesn't have to take all 10.
Floor is yours.
Okay, so when we ran into a little trouble at the planning board because the format wasn't up to snuff, they said, do it this way. So this is exactly what the statute wanted according to our attorneys hired by the town, and this is what they want us to do in order to answer the very same question that we just discussed in the last few minutes. And so I think actually, I'm not sure why the select board might have not recommended. I think that what they should have done is abstain so that the town could just vote according to your own conscience and your will. I guess I would say that. In terms of consulting an attorney, you see the difference between these two. It's pretty subtle. And the only reason why we put it in the other one was so that there would be a memorandum of that. You would have it freely available and transparent. And yet we need an attorney to see the difference of that. I think needing an attorney is not really a reason to not vote for it. So thank you very much. Not 10 minutes, by the way.
All right. And I believe there was a question asked of the select board for representative, if you don't mind, John.
That is my question.
Okay.
I'll back up to do
Okay.
it properly this time. Thank you.
Oh, we can go here, Ed, too. We have our own podium.
Fine, stay over there.
Was the board's understanding that we were required to vote on these, and the board voted to not restrict gambling or Keno or anything else?
Oh, closer to the mic.
Why did we vote no? Because we did not want to restrict Keno or gambling, games of chance. I mean,
All right, Deb, if you wouldn't mind, is there anybody else that would like to speak that hasn't already spoken? Okay.
Debbie Warner, I note that the select board did their vote without a hearing. I didn't get to go and pitch it to them or anything like that. And our hearing is upcoming next Monday. And they've just posted their vote here. I don't quite understand all of that, but I think that they probably, as I said, I think after they have the hearing with us, I think that it would be good if they vote to abstain. Or if you personally think we got to have a casino, I guess, your leaders, you could put your opinions in. So either way, I think people need to vote according to their conscience on this.
All right, is there any other discussion on the article? All right, we've got one straggler coming in.
Matt St. John, Littleton. At the risk of falling off of Rudy's Christmas card list, I just want to say that I find the arguments of the petitioner to be compelling. I think some of the counter-arguments are also interesting. I think Lilo's point is well taken about what's the limiting principle if you're going to restrict things. If we decide as a community to restrict certain things that we think are not fit for the town of Littleton, I would argue one potential consideration is that there's something fundamental to the business model of the gambling industry, to the way that some of these games are designed, to the way that slots are designed, though I know those are exempted, that are meant intentionally to create and facilitate addiction. That wouldn't be true of alcohol or mountain climbing or motorcycles or whatever the case may be, but it is empirically true about the gambling industry. I think there's also a difference between saying something should be banned at the federal level or something should be banned at the federal level, federal level or state level, and saying that we as a town should make a local control decision about what we think is best for us here in Littleton. I also am sensitive to Mr. Rust's argument that we should be biased toward growth, but that should always be checked against a question of growth at what cost. For me personally, I think the gambling industry, while it's fun, and I've had my fun in it, and from time to time, I think fundamentally it's a predatory business, and I think there's plenty of empirical and statistical data. I would encourage you to read a book called Deaths of Despair about the way that the culture has been shifting, particularly here in America, particularly over the last couple of decades. And I would suggest that there are very real reasons to think that this might not be the best option for us here. And I think one of the ways to exercise local control in the democratic process is to allow this to proceed to the ballot and to let the full complement of taxpayers and people here in Littleton make a decision as a community for themselves in March.
Thank you. All right.
I just want to point out that those that think that alcohol isn't similarly manipulated to get people to drink more, they're kind of missing something. In case you didn't figure out that the snacks that they give you in a bar are so that you'll drink more in the bar because you'll get thirstier.
All right, any other discussion? All right, as this is not a planning and zoning article, we will have a vote. All those in favor of placing the article as presented, please hold up your yes cards. All right, thank you. Those opposed, hold up your no cards. The yeses have it. All right, so that was 58. Now we're going to jump back to Article 7. Article 7, zoning petition article, prohibition of Keno. Are you in favor of adding Article 6, Section 6.14 of the Littleton zoning ordinance by adding the following section and wording as enabled by RSA 284:51 Keno local option 6.14 prohibition of Keno. Operation of Keno shall be prohibited within the town of Littleton by petition. Estimated tax impact none, not recommended by the planning board 1 to 6 to 0. And this is the third article that we had voted to discuss out of order. And Mrs. Gilman has, as primary petitioner, can speak on this one as well.
This one's much shorter. This is about Keno, which we never intended to have anything to do with the Keno statute. But when we brought our local option bill through 2 years, churning through the legislature, the Senate got into this. And the very last minute, just before the committee of conference to finalize everything, they threw Keno in. And they said, oh, well, Keno used to be opt-in. And we're just going to make it opt-out now because we like it so much as a model from the casino end. So they threw Keno in, and it has a very parallel way of handling it, that if you want to prohibit Keno, you have to vote that way. Whereas before, if you wanted Keno, you had to vote it in. Now, as of June 1st, 2027, it has to have been voted out in order for it to not be there. Otherwise, anybody could get a license and they'll automatically fulfill a license on that. So that's the story of that. This is on number 7, which is the one that went before the planning board. It, you know, if you want to do that with Keno, this would memorialize it in our zoning ordinance. It doesn't have any teeth because it's not really substantiated by that, but it does remind people of what the vote is. It's very hard to find out what these votes are. You know, you have to go into Google AI or something to find out it. They also, you can go to the Lottery Commission and they have that there. I would say that currently in 2018, when my husband, your selectman at the time, or soon before then, was in Boston for a year in the ICU and all those things. You know all about his story. Anyway, there was this vote, and the Kenos were opted in Littleton. And currently, you can find Keno machines at the VFW, Circle K on Cottage Street, Cumberland Farms on Meadow, and Cumberland Farms on Meadow. Well, there's 2 different Meadow locations there. And what is Keno? People would want to know. It is in restaurants. It's full-size TV screens placed around the restaurant so everybody can see the Keno playing. Every 20 minutes or so, there's an answer to your bid or your thing. There's plenty of people here who know more about it than I do, how to play a Keno game. In convenience stores, at the ones that I just mentioned, it has separate displays at the checkouts and kiosks and materials to use. In large stores, it can have 6-foot-high vending machines with Keno displays and tickets. It's run by the New Hampshire Lottery. In 25, total Keno sales was $62.6 million, and $44.5 million was paid in prizes. So 2/3 of the money in came back to the players. The remaining third, $18 million, is money gone from your pockets. How you feel about that is your own business. I'm not advocating either way on the Keno, because it's already here, and it would be probably unpleasant for some people who are already into that. But I can say that 20% of all Keno sales goes to the state. They had $12.5 million last year in the education fund. A small amount goes to problem gambling, $626,000. 8% of the sales go to the store owner, and that's their thing. I ask you to, when you get to the polls, I ask you to please vote your conscience on this. Leave it to the people to have it. And I will say almost the same things when we get to the number 57. The dangers of Keno would be the same things we've already been talking about. One difference between Keno and the casino stuff is that Keno does not make charitable donations, and it does not contribute any money to host towns in any way. And I think that's it. Thank you.
All right, we'll open up to discussion.
Lilo Reinstein, Littleton, again. I guess I have a concern that we're bringing this up and it's not been an issue. The person who's proposed this says, well, I don't care, but she does point out that we don't get any money. But if the state gets money, it means that they can pay more because we're getting hit by the state for all this stuff. I don't understand if it's here and it's not creating a problem, a visible problem, why anyone's going to try to shut down those businesses that have it, because it probably brings customers into those businesses.
Thank you. Oh, hold on just a second. There's a person behind you.
Rudy Johnson, Littleton. What I got, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 2 minutes?
You got 3 minutes.
2 minutes? I don't know. Hey, you guys, we all pay tax in this state. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. You said 2 words, you really opened everything. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. A lot of people appreciate that too. But anyway, What the hell is she talks about? Keno, does it contribute to the town of Littleton? Man, she got, I don't know if she has a TV or it doesn't contribute to education, Keno. That's when some of the money, it goes for education up in New Hampshire. And you know that, I don't have to tell you. Another thing, it's, I don't understand why this lady, she got to come over here, she got to treat us like we stupid, we don't know what the hell is going on and stuff like that. Come on, give us a break, man. Give us a break. When you go vote, just to think a little bit, how much it would have cost us for taxation, for everything that's going on in Littleton. Just think a little bit. Thank you.
All right. Any other discussion?
Just very quickly.
Can you state your name real quick? Sorry.
Debbie Warner,
Thank you.
Littleton. The reason why this is in here, even though I said I'm not really big on it, I realized afterwards that we already have it going, was one point. The other point is that at the committee of conference, when this was thrown into the bill, and everybody was, riotous, really, at the legislature in that conference room, I did say, let's please pass this bill, and we'll put it in an ordinance, I promise. So that's why it's in there, is because I made a promise to get our bill passed.
All right, is there any other discussion on the article?
B.G. Fraser, Littleton. I just want to thank you for bringing all this information to us. It was very informative, but I still wish for diversity in Littleton, more business in Littleton, and personal choice in Littleton. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All right, seeing no discussion, the article will go on the warrant as presented. Now we will jump, I gotta get my pages in order. All right, now we're going to jump to 57. So that's going to be on the last page of the warrant. All right, Article 57, petition article, prohibition of Keno. Shall we prohibit the operation of Keno games within the town of Littleton? By petition, estimated tax impact none, not recommended by select board 0 to 4 to 0. And again, as a petitioned article, Mrs. Gilman has 10 minutes to speak if she'd like.
Okay, super short now. The wording of this was specifically told to us to use this. We cannot change this. It would be a mess. Whatever it is the town votes for, yes or no, will hold if we keep this wording. And as I said before, I promised them I would put these on. So we get to vote what you believe is right. Thank you very much.
All right, is there any other discussion on this article? All right, as it's not a planning and zoning, all those in favor of putting it on the warrant as presented, please hold up your yes cards. All right, thank you. Those opposed, please hold up your no cards. All right, the yeses have it. 57 is on the warrant. Now, for the moment, this is the last time we switch pages back and forth. All right, we're now back on Article 10. Article 10, 2026 General Fund Operating Budget. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate as an operating budget for the general fund, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amount set forth on the budget posted with the warrant or as amended by vote of the first session for the purposes set forth therein, totaling $11,527,351. Should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be $11,376,300. Which is the same as last year with certain adjustments required by previous actions of the town or by law, or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 40:13, 10, and 16 to take up the issue of a revised operating budget only. Estimated tax impact of $2.40.8 per thousand. Recommended by the select board 4 to 0 to 0. Recommended by the budget committee 4 to 3 to 0. And I guess we'll have someone from the town come up and talk about it.
Okay, let's get started.
So the operating budget, we started working on the 2026 operating budget back in July. It's a pretty long, drawn-out process. We don't have a lot of information when we start our process, and a lot of that information isn't finalized until late November, early December. But as we started out the process, working with the select board, working with department heads, we had a goal of putting together an operating budget and all of the town-sponsored warrant articles to be somewhere in the range of a 5 to 8% increase, recognizing that we still are in a period of time where costs for labor, materials, services, supplies continue to escalate. So we thought that was a pretty reasonable expectation. And as we set out to do that, and as numbers start coming in, and we start meeting with Budget Committee, we find that we've exceeded our goal, and we're politely told to go back and work a little harder on our budget and warrant articles. And I think collectively, we went back and reduced the package by approximately $600,000. So this is where we ended up. We've ended up with a proposed operating budget. It's an increase of $652,000 or 6% over last year's. And when you factor in the warrant articles, it represents another $259,000 or 17.2%. And as everyone's concerned, we want the whole picture. So just in full disclosure, what you're looking at this evening as we start getting into the other warrant articles that have a tax impact, the bottom line is with the town budget and the warrant articles, we have a $911,000 increase or 7.36%. So we came in on the high end, but we still were able to achieve that goal of somewhere between 5 to 8%. This slide here will show you that with the total town tax rate, everything that I just discussed and all the other petition articles with the tax impact, we would be up $4.14 would be the estimated tax rate, or up 77 cents per thousand. And the bottom line here is from where we stand with our best estimate with the town tax rate, the county tax rate, local education, state education. We are looking at 11.48% increase, or $1.62 per thousand. This would be an impact of an average home. We've seen the average price of our home increase since the revaluation from about $300,000 to $400,000. So if all the articles were to pass, our conservative estimate is that that average home would see an increase of $647 in their total tax bill. Now, when we do this estimate, we do not factor in any growth in our tax base. And we do not factor in, we don't know what the county government will be. And we are doing our best to estimate revenues. There's a good possibility that we could increase revenues or they remain flat when we set those in September. But this is, the best conservative estimate we can do at this point in time. So with that,
all right, we'll open the article up to discussion if anybody has questions or. Oh, sure.
So, just for clarification on this, with the budget, we got asked to approve it before the last two union contracts came in. And I've changed my vote on this, so I can't support it. Just to let people know. Thank you.
All right, other discussion?
Maybe a point of order too, Mr. Moderator. If we go past 10 o'clock, can we stop?
There have
We're
been-
going to be here a long time.
There have been, previous years, there have been votes to stop it at 10. That's a decision of the body, what they would like to do.
AM or PM?
Oh. All right, so if you don't mind, Carrie, we have a motion to, if we're not done at 10 o'clock, or if we're not close to being done at 10 o'clock, I assume, Tony, to suspend the meeting until the makeup date, which I believe is tomorrow at 6 o'clock here in the cafeteria. Just checking with the town that that's correct. Okay, so and there's a second on that as well. All right, so Tony Alacqua made the motion, and then Jim Richardson made the second. All right, so is everybody clear on the motion to suspend at 10 o'clock if we're not close to being done, and then pick up on tomorrow? So all those in favor of that, please hold up your yes cards. All right, against, hold up your no cards. All right, the yeses have it, so if it doesn't look like we're going to be ending things by 10 o'clock, I will step in and remind everybody of their vote, and we will suspend at 10 o'clock. That being done, if you'd like the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So, Carrie Gendro, Littleton. First of all, I want to thank the Budget Committee, Select Board, and each of the town departments for working on this year's budget. Every department and every individual within the departments are extremely valuable. So thank you. Thank you for all that hard work. As a former selectman for 6 years, I know firsthand how difficult it is to balance the town spending and to take seriously the fiduciary responsibility of the taxpayer. So according to state sources, Littleton has low to moderate income. That's why we can get so many CDBG grants, we were told. The median income here in Littleton is $46,760. There are 11% of families that have incomes less than $10,000. 11%. We need to let that sink in. We are not a rich town, and we are by no means a city, yet we are paying for services that would indicate that. Housing costs have exploded and wages have lagged behind. Many older folks, and I've talked to several of them, and families are just one expense away from a financial disaster and ruin. This is the trap. We spend 30 to 40 years paying off our mortgage. We finally own our home outright. The housing market goes crazy, prices spike, and the paper value of our home doubles. The town of Littleton reassesses, and our tax bill skyrockets. Our tax bill, personally, my husband's and mine, doubled. We're now up to $7,500 for our tax bill. Your Social Security, pension, or paycheck doesn't even come close to keeping up. You're house rich and cash poor. You're staring at a tax bill you cannot afford. Homeowners see school and municipal budgets climb while their wages barely move. We are now forced to make some tough decisions. Take on debt at an older age just to pay the taxes, sell the home we have raised our kids in, cut back on food, heat, medicine, or car repairs. This is a slow eviction of the very people who built Littleton into what it has become today.
Carrie, you got 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. We have to optimize, streamline, and cut. This is a start. I would like to make a motion to reduce the town of Littleton's proposed budget by $933,000. And I do have the motion written out.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second of that motion? All right, we have a second. And your name, please? Lana Ronan. Sorry. Lauren. Rodier. Sorry, I'm just helping the town clerk out. All right, so we will now open that motion for an amendment up to discussion. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Okay. I am going to put it to a vote, so please have your yes cards and your no cards ready. And I am going to actually ask for a couple assistants. Peter, would you mind helping me count? I appreciate that. And let's see if there's another individual that wouldn't mind helping me count. Lori would, okay. So I've got two people that are going to help me count just in case this is close. Lori, if you wouldn't mind doing that side of the room, including the select board behind you. And then Peter, if you wouldn't mind counting on this side of the room. Thank you. All right, the motion is to reduce the overall proposed budget amount by $933,000. All those in favor of amending the budget by reducing it $933,000, please hold up your yes cards. You've got 12 on your side? 9. So I have 12 and 9, 21. All right, the yes cards can go down now. And now everybody opposed to that motion, please hold up your no cards. All right, I'm not going to ask you to count. The motion has failed. It's very evident. All right, is there any other discussion on the warrant article?
Two things. One is that it is gone high, and when I look at your presentation, it's actually very good, the one before it with the different departments, I noticed we got a significant amount from both Parks and Rec and the Opera House. I don't see those things as critical government function. They should both be covered by, if not total user fees, by predominantly user fees. And right there, there's almost, I think, about $500,000 just off the top when you look at what they've put in. So that's just throwing that out there, because my other thing, and I'd like to propose a motion, even though I don't have it written down, to amend this to delete which engine that talks about, it says, should this article be defeated? I want to delete where it says the default budget shall be through, where it says in accordance with RSA 40:13X and XVI. I want it to say, no? I want it to say, I would like it to say, should this article be defeated, the board, there'll be the governing body shall hold one special meeting.
Just looking at town council, I don't believe that's something that we can legally.
Because we've done it before. We've never had this default budget thing. The school board has had it every year I've been here. It's not been here. We've had it where it says, we have it where, well, we've always had it where it said we'd have another meeting. And if it
at the end of the day, I
failed.
believe this is language that the DRA dictates.
So why in the past have we not done it that way? No, there was something that said if it didn't pass, we'd have another meeting. That was always the article following the budget.
I believe you're referencing some collective bargaining agreements, which always have they typically in the past would have a warrant article following each collective bargaining that had that language that you're discussing. But on the operating budget, I believe that the verbiage in the warrant article is dictated either by council or the DRA or both.
Okay, then I just think the budget's unreasonable, particularly because we have things in there that should be, if not totally paid, at least predominantly paid by user fees that aren't government functions, and that's why we're all paying a whole ton of extra money.
December Rust, Littleton. So one of the things that I think I understand about the revals this year was that they haven't been fully completed the way they were this year, like in the past few years. Am I correct that some of the reason why there was such sticker shock this year is because the reval hasn't been completed in steps along the way? Is that correct? That's why there was such a big jump? I mean, I'm not trying to oversimplify, but is that to some extent why there was such a big jump this year, is because not all steps had been followed in the past to kind of, look at boots on the ground pricing, as opposed to, because my understanding was that there was a lot of paperwork looked at, a lot of pricing data looked at, but there wasn't a lot of boots on the ground going to properties, looking at these things. Is that correct? That's why there was such a, is that at all part of the reason?
The last time the town did a full-wide reassessment was about 5 years ago. And it's required to do that every 5 years. This town, my understanding, hasn't done an actual boots on the ground for at least 10 years. Right. The one that we just conducted was based on analysis of sales within a certain time period. And what happened in our town, I think people are very much aware, if you've been watching your neighbors sell your house or looking in the newspaper and seeing the asking price for real estate, we've seen residential property skyrocket. And yes, it's a very well-known fact that residential property increased 50%, 100%. It doubled in value. So there was some shifting through this revaluation where a lot of the valuation was put on residential property. The commercial properties don't sell as much. We don't see, a change in ownership. And so those, even though those increased, they didn't increase at the same rate that residential property did. Okay. So there were people that we did kind of a quick analysis of how this revaluation impacted certain individuals, and the numbers were all over the place. Some people's house was valued really close to market value, so when they went through the revaluation, their property didn't increase that much. Other properties that in the past never really increased much. Those are properties like condos and modular homes, manufactured homes. Those lower priced properties saw a substantial increase, and that was driven by sales. And of course, then you had that upper class property that increased as well, driven by sales. So it was all over the place. The town is very much aware now, going through this process, that we are monitoring our market value of property on an annual basis. We've recently adopted a policy where we've taken a position that we're not going to allow our valuation to drop below, I think it's 87%. So if we hit 87%, we're going to put the brakes on and have a discussion about, do we do another revaluation, so that that impact across the board, commercial, residential, isn't substantial. And maybe it goes in the opposite direction. If this real estate market starts to turn in a different direction, then we should be changing the value of homes downward and not upward.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. And that's, so speaking to that's oversight. And so part of this budget, part of the issues, a lot of the issues that we've been having in Littleton over the past couple of years with having to spend money in emergency measures has increased the overall tax burden. So what's happening is that we're spending less in certain areas to save taxes, but then an emergency comes up, for example, with a wastewater treatment plant or other aspects, and overall the tax burden is actually more than if certain decisions have been made, forward-thinking decisions have been made up front. And I know that Troy had spoken at previous Board of Selectmen meetings that he went through all departments, and there were cuts all across every department. But I just want to speak specifically to the library, and just disappointed that that there was a significant cut to the, I think it was like $20,000, I think, or something along those lines. Again, it's really not a lot of money when you think about what the library represents, and not symbolically, but to the health and well-being of our community. So I'm not up here saying everyone should be taxed and so they're taxed out of living in Littleton, but we have to be considerate of the things that help support a healthy community. And a library that is maintained and has everything it needs is part of that process. So, thank you very much.
Is there other discussion on?
Yeah, I kind of want to piggyback on what December just said for Parks and Rec as well, and Opera House. Cultural, art, outdoor activities are also part of what make living somewhere a place you want to be. So maybe it may not seem as important or somewhere you want to cut. Like I live right near Remick Park, and I want to have that. As I want to have tax dollars that go towards things that enrich your life. So just to kind of expand, and same thing with the library. So thank you.
I think it's great to have those things, and it's wonderful to have wants, but we have people that may lose their homes or may feel they have to move because they can't take this additional tax bill. And they're not going to just lose some of the park benefits that other people get. They're going to lose homes. And I guess that's what's concerning me, is that we're paying money to things that are not necessary. People can still pay to have those things.
Mr. Moderator, can I just provide some clarification? Depending on when we adjourn tonight, we're probably going to get into some other warrant article questions that are going to talk about the revolving fund for Parks and Rec and transfer station. But in this proposed operating budget, the Parks and Rec operations budget is not part of it. It's a separate own revolving fund. And so that budget is established with the cost to run Parks and Rec, less the fees that are generated through all the programs. And the difference, that shortfall, is made up, as you'll see with the warrant article, where we raise money through taxation to make up that difference. But just for clarification, this question here, Article 10, it does not include, it does have the Opera House in it, but the Parks and Rec budget is a separate warrant article that we'll talk about later.
I'm sorry, then I need to understand what culture and recreation means. I'm sorry to interrupt, because that's in this list. It says culture and recreation.
It is the library.
I don't know what it is.
Well, it's a term, it's a generic term that the DRA uses for all of the different accounts. So in that, if the town had a Parks and Rec department that was part of the operating budget, we did not have a revolving fund, then you would probably find the Parks and Rec under that category. But in this budget, under this category, we have the library, and I'm going to assume it's the Opera House.
No, the Opera House is separate.
What's that? So it's the library and just patriotic purposes, under that category.
The library and what purposes?
Patriotic. So, well, it's the memorial, really, it's the expenses that we incur for the Memorial Day ceremony.
362,000, folks.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Yeah, wait, Lori's. Then we need the numbers lady up here.
Go ahead. All right. The patriotic purposes is 2,400. The balance of that is the library. Of that number.
Employees and books.
All right. Thank you for your patience, John.
No problem. John Piet, Littleton. So I don't have my sheet in front of me. I should have brought it up here, but I'm on the budget committee. And so at a high level, most of the increases came from benefits like health insurance increases. The select board voted to give a pay increase across the board to all town employees of 3.5%, I believe was on there as a COLA. And then all the other overall fairly operational type things, I don't remember going up a whole lot in comparison to last year. So most of these were either costs that were out of the town's control, meaning insurance increases, or the voted for COLA increase that I think I would be not out of line to say 3.5% is more than most everyone in Littleton gets as a COLA. So that is a concern on my part. I didn't vote for Carrie's motion before because 900,000 is a lot to cut from this budget. We would see substantial losses in the value that the government brings to the taxpayers. However, I am one of the people that voted against this budget because I think there could be $200,000 to squeeze out of it, and so the default budget, I think, would be the way for us to go.
I just want to make a point that the default budget and the discussions of, well, this was just last year's plus a few additional things that we had to do. You know, sometimes when things are going up, you have to actually look at things and decrease them. It's not just, oh, everything's going up, so we have to, that's something we have to settle with. We've got to think about cutting things if you want the town to remain as it is. I mean, you'll probably lose a lot of homeowners if we just keep raising the taxes. People aren't getting 3.5 additional money every year. You know, it's something we have to consider. It's not just, oh, well, this is what we had last year and this is what we want to add this year because this is what we have to add. Take a look at things that are not necessary. There's a difference between wants and needs. And everybody in your personal life with your own budget and with budgets that affect thousands of people, we need to consider that. And it's not just how much it affects us as an individual, but how much it affects our community and everyone else in that, our community and everyone else in that community, particularly that I can't remember how many people that she mentioned that are underneath the poverty line there, but it's an awful lot. And Chad, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention my name. It's Lilo Reinstein, in case you guys couldn't remember it.
Chad, if I could. I appreciate the input, and I think it's really important for everyone that's listening to this discussion to understand some of the struggles that we had with this budget. I can assure you that we went through this budget and we put it together. There are no wish list items that are in this budget. It is to maintain the services that we provide this community, and it costs money. Let me just address the 3.5% COLA. Most of the employees in this town are covered by a collective bargaining agreement, and those have been ratified by the taxpayers. And they can range from a 3.5% COLA to 4% COLA, and most of those contracts have, in addition to the COLA, they have a step increase. There's a wage plan, and an employee could be eligible on an annual basis for a step increase that could be equivalent to 2.5% in their base wage, and then on top of that, the agreed to COLA, which is 3.5%. I think we may have the 3.5% COLA that was stated, the select board decided to approve is for our non-union employees. It's your department heads, and maybe it's 12 or 13 employees out of the 66 full-time employees that we have. The balance of them are all under collective bargaining agreements. Starting off this budget, we were faced with what I call almost non-negotiable cost items. There was just no way that you could do anything to change the increase. And so just give you a quick example, we had $55,000 that we put in our legal budget. This is a one-time increase. I hope that this number is going to go away next year. But the reason it's there this year is because we did that revaluation. And when you did the revaluation, you're going to see taxpayers file for abatements. And we needed that additional legal funds to defend the values that we've determined their property is. That's an expensive process. We put in an extra $55,000 to defend those values. Our workers' compensation increased $25,000, really a non-negotiable. I need to have that. It's mandatory that we have that insurance policy. In our town office, we've acquired a new building, so we've had taken on some costs for the new town office building. Our rent, the building that we're currently in, is up. And in the town office category, we have our IT department. And collectively, between those three items, $37,000. We switched over to 365, changed to .gov, and this was all driven by security features. That's just really pretty much mandatory at this point in time in the world we live in. Our property liability insurance increased $80,000. This was due to the fact that last year when we put together the budget, we changed policies. We didn't change the policy. We realigned our policy with our fiscal year. So we only budgeted 6 months. So this budget now represents the full 12 months. That caused an $80,000 increase. The police department's up $40,000, driven by computer software, and again, that Microsoft Office.gov transition. The fire department is up $240,000 over last year, about 10%. And this is not because the fire chief decided he wanted to go out and spend a ton of money. It is kind of an unfortunate situation where his health insurance, the people that are employed, they've changed. Employees changed. They come on from a buyout to a family plan. With the census that he had an increase there. New Hampshire State Retirement, we calculated that wrong last year. It resulted in a $50,000 increase. And he's had equipment that used to be a warrant article. Last year, we pulled it out, tried to put it in the operating budget. We had to cut the operating budget, so we postponed buying equipment for the ambulance and for the fire apparatus. And then we've got our AFSCME union contract costs. Debt service increased $24,000 from things that we approved last year. And we also approved the purchase of a sweeper, a plow truck, and an ambulance, which increased $178,000 in our leases or capital. So those are just highlight items. There are other items as well, but those are the big items that resulted in $679,000 of increases that there was not much we could do about.
All right, further discussion?
Matt St. John, 2 points. One, I just want to say that I find the argument that culture is nice to have and not a need to have to be odd. I think culture is destiny, and I think anything else is a radical libertarian argument that's not rooted in human nature or reality. I think to make an argument in favor of a town with casinos but without books and without arts is dark and dangerous and dehumanizing. But my broader point is I happen to also be chairman of the school board. We had our deliberative on Monday. It was almost as fun as this one. And I would just encourage my colleagues on the select board. One of the things I struggle with is that what you put on paper, while it's very transparent and helpful, and thank you, is not reflective of the true tax burden that you can levy on taxpayers. You have the ability, and it's ability that you're leveraging, to raise fees, to assess fees through the sewer system, to do things at the transfer station, that you've already pulled those levers. That increases the tax burden above and beyond what you're listing here. So I'm not here to criticize that. I'm here to say, in the interest of transparency, it would be helpful for the select board, and I would encourage you to consider the next go round, adding some of that explanatory language to the warrant. I happen to know, because I've been in a lot of conversations with lawyers about our warrants, there's language you are required to put in place. But once you've put in that required language, in many cases you have the broad discretionary ability to add additional explanatory language that could help explain the true tax burden. So I was disappointed, for instance, to see the way the language was written in Article 9, because it says no impact in 26, the impact goes to the fees, but it doesn't even give any indication as to what that might look like for the taxpayer. You have a choice to be more forthcoming in the way that you write your warrants or what you supply with your warrants. I would encourage you to do so. We on the school side, we don't have that luxury, right? We can't say to students, you have to pay $10 and wear a sticker to get your lunch, right? So you have the ability to do that at the transfer station. I'm not arguing against any of those individual things. I just think that's not reflective then, if those aren't included, of the true tax burden that you're asking the town to shoulder. So I'd encourage you to consider that next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion?
Bruce Hadlock, I want to tell you something. There's a law on the books in the state of New Hampshire out of it that says if you're a 1099, the law in turn says if you're a LLC. Now, to give you an example, the people that bought the dams over here on it, they in turn were an LLC and they sold it to an LLC. They never paid a penny of tax, which if they had, it would have gone to the education fund. The state of New Hampshire is doing something completely wrong, and it should be coming from people like yourselves out of it, to do away with this bit, because anybody that's got an LLC sells it to an LLC, they don't pay any tax on it. It's stupid out of it. The amount of money that dam bought all the dams up and down there were billions of dollars and never paid a penny on it. And it's a stupidity out of it as to what you got going on.
Right.
It really is.
I understand your argument, Bruce, but this is about the budget.
Well, I'm talking about the budget same way on it. You
But
better start
that's-
to lay people off
that's-
out of it too. Out of it, you got people I call down, you got extra people working in your police departments, your fire departments, and you got them in the town garage. That's management. That comes from the top. You need to be taking in and changing some of that stuff and starting to lay some people off if you want to continue to do it. It's going to happen. You've got to do it. You just can't continually increase everything like this. Whether it's 3.5% or anything else on it, you've got to be able to make some decisions on it. But you can't just operate that way. Thank you.
All right, there further discussion on the warrant article? All right, all those in favor of placing Article 10 on the warrant as presented, please hold up your yes cards. All right, thank you. Those opposed, please hold up your no cards. The yeses have it. It will go on as presented. Article 11. Article 11, 2026 Sewer Fund Operating Budget. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate as an operating budget for the sewer department the amounts set forth on the budget posted with the warrant or as amended by the vote of the first session for the purpose set forth therein, totaling $1,823,799, said sum to come from the sewer fund and to be offset by user fees. Of this amount, $1,415,752 will be used for direct expenses associated with running the sewer system, and $408,047 will be used to reimburse the general fund for indirect expenses included in the Article 10 operating budget, such as salaries. Should this article be defeated, the indirect expenses included in the Article 10 operating budget, such as salary, Should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be $1,500,396, which is the same as last year with certain adjustments required by previous action of the town or by law, or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 40:13, 10, and 16 to take up the issue of a revised operating budget only. Estimated tax impact is none, recommended by the Select Board 4-0, recommended by the Budget Committee 7-0. Anybody from the town that would like to talk about this? Okay, are there any questions in the room regarding or discussion topics? All right, all those in favor of putting it on the warrant all right, we have our yes cards. You guys are so good. All right, all those opposed, please hold up your no cards. All right, Article 11 goes on the warrant as written. Article 12. 2026 Water and Light Operating Budget. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate as an operating budget for the Water and Light Department, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amount set forth on the budget posted with the warrant or as amended by the vote of the first session for the purpose set forth therein, totaling $12,073,960. Said sum to be offset by user fees. Should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be $11,983,812, which is the same as last year with certain adjustments required by previous action of the town or by law. Or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 40:13, 10, and 16 to take up the issue of a revised operating budget only. Estimated tax impact is none, recommended by the Select Board 5-0, recommended by the Budget Committee 7-0. Is there anybody that would like to speak about this? All right, come on up.
Hello, my name's Lori Hogan. I work with Littleton Water and Light. I just wanted to go over our budget process this year and answer the questions that I hear every year from people. Some are already anticipating them. The budget was created with 0 increase in electric rates. So hopefully that is good news for people. Of course, the utility is seeing the same pressures for cost increase that our peers are seeing in the industry, like Eversource, and they're all raising rates. So instead, we've decided that we need to become very strategic in what we do, and we need to really get down to bare bones and do things a different way instead of just keeping to inflate costs time over time. So no increase in electric rates, consistent expenses with targeted changes. Basically, our theory and our motto is get creative, do it differently, figure it out. The same level of anticipated services, and the only real change for the budget was the water rates. There was a handout that I provided with the water rates in comparison to similar towns or in our surrounding area. And what you'll see is, even though we did propose a change in the water rates that was effective January 1st, our water rates are still very, very low compared to all the surrounding towns. And the commissioners just felt like 30 years we've been saying the water department loses money. So we have a responsibility to keep the infrastructure strong and to go in the right direction, and that's why the decision was made on the water rates. So that's all I have. Any questions?
Eric Grindstein, Littleton, and it's on the water rates. I'm just trying to
Yeah,
understand.
no, that's
because
fine.
they had a very large jump from 29.29 to 42.66.
Yeah.
I want to try to understand better why there was such a large jump, because everyone else, the only one where they have another talking about a rates was Carroll, where it stayed the same. We have great rates. I'm not
Yes.
complaining about that. I'm just trying to
Thank you.
understand why there was
Yeah.
where this big jump came from.
Yeah, absolutely. So like I was saying, for 30 years, the commissioner's minutes have indicated that the water department has been losing money. For 30 years, I read minutes all the way back to 1994. It's in there. And the last time we raised water rates was in 2016. So there are definitely cost pressures. Meadow Street has built out. We're required to have 3.5 million gallons of storage for fire flow. It's very expensive. So the commissioners presented the concept of raising rates, and I said, well, I don't want to just pick a number out of the air. So we need to do it thoughtfully. So we hired Horizons Engineering to actually do a water rate study for us on our rates. They proposed 179% increase. I know, I was taken aback. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. That's never going to fly. So we got underneath those numbers and we said, we're not going to hire contractors. We're going to do it ourselves, pull that money out. And basically what we did was, even at these new water rates, we're still not going to make up the whole deficit, but it's a phased-in approach. So we're going to take it little at a time. All the other communities have been raising water rates, and we haven't been. So that's why there's, a big disparity between us and our neighbors.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, December.
Okay, thanks. You can wait in line.
No.
My name is December Russ, Littleton resident. So just first, having a resource asset like Littleton Water and Light is extremely important, and the fact that it's been losing money for 30 years is concerning. So I'm glad that there's been proactive steps to change that, because it's a business. It needs to be run like so.
Yeah.
Like a business, it relies on making money. So if rates have to be adjusted, that's part of that business.
Yeah.
But one question I just had, and I'm not sure, I might be remembering wrong, but it's saying it was approved 5-0 from the Board of Selectmen, but I thought Linda McNeil had recused herself from that vote.
She did. That's
Yeah, okay, because she's on water. She's a Water and Light Commissioner, so
correct.
Okay, so I just wanted to
she
make
recused herself on both votes.
Okay, yeah, because that's not reflected, right? Is that correct? Where it says 5-0-0, wouldn't that be?
Oh, Lori? It should say, I believe Linda recused herself. Yeah.
But on the real ballot, it's on there as 401. I don't know why here.
Oh, excuse me. Didn't mean to sniffle in the microphone.
Okay.
You are correct, December. She did recuse herself as a commissioner on the vote, as a commissioner and as a select person.
Okay.
So yes, and she did it on the next article as well.
I thought you did. I just wanted to make
Yes.
sure. I thought it might have been a misprint on here.
I think
wanted to
it's a
clarify.
misprint, but thank
Okay,
you for
awesome.
clarifying
Thank you
that.
so much.
Appreciate it. Your attention to detail is always appreciated.
Chad. Art Ty, Littleton.
Hi, Art.
Question for council. Hi. Question actually is for council. This is new to us in the last, I don't know, 5 or 8 years, whatever it's been, that we actually get to vote on this. Does the governing body also have the authority to adjust, just like we do in the town budget, the proposed budget here? The reason that I ask that is this is getting kind of weird in that we've just recently started voting on this, and how the charter is established, that you're asking permission, because we, the taxpayers, are not also ratepayers, and we don't actually raise and appropriate that money through local taxation. So how would we, at this meeting, that is not ratepayers, adjust 12 million, we can't adjust the default, increase or decrease it? Do we have the binding authority today to do that? That's question number one for council.
Council, I can help you with a little bit of history on it. We're in 1903, established through special legislation. Back in, I believe, the late 40s, the utility was losing money, significant money, and then the charter was mended to have the budget go to warrant. So it's not historical all the way back to 1903. Peter's here is a commissioner as well. I believe it was in 47 that the change was made, 47 or 49. But that change was added, and then just recently during the lawsuit, that was identified, that we were not complying with that, so we immediately complied.
So, do we have the authority to do that? Okay. So, now my next question is in our general operating budget, it is gross line appropriation. Okay, meaning that the recommendation today was for $900,000 reduction by Carrie Gendro. The board would take that under advisement and put it in any way that they found best fit for the town of Littleton. My question is, would it apply the same to water and light? Would it be gross line appropriation, or could you specifically attach where you would want to see the increase or the decrease come from the proposed budget?
This is likely a bottom line budget the same way as the operating budget.
Perfect, thank you.
Correct. Yes.
Just a point of clarification, as apparently the minutes there's a grammatical error here where it should be recommended by the select board 4-0 to 1. Should we have a vote on that to change that, or is it because it's grammatical, it can be updated at a later time?
I think it would be updated at a later time.
Okay.
But that's an identified error.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. I just wanted clarification in case we had to have the body vote on it. With that, ma'am, I'll let you.
B.G. Frazier with Littleton. I just wanted to question on the budget. I'm assuming that some of this rate increase is going to be for infrastructure repair and replacement.
You mean the water?
Right.
Yes, exactly. We have 11 miles of transmission line. We're a surface water, so we get water from the Gale River. And we have transmission line that go all the way from there in Bethlehem, 11 miles through the hollow and all the way into Littleton, which then it gets into our distribution system. That's what it's going to be going towards. There's a lot of regulation that has been changing at the state level and the federal level. Last year I was here looking for money for lead and copper. We're still dealing with that, and those regulations keep changing.
So those copper lines have to be replaced?
Yes, exactly. We have galvanized mains in town that we're looking to get replaced. That's actually going to go under the lead and copper. But it's really, you've seen us all over town, especially last year. You saw us on Cottage Street making a whole bunch of improvements. You saw us in Meadow Street where we had to core bore under the road. All of these things are because either the infrastructure is getting diminished or we're meeting regulation. And that's especially with water, that's really important. Electric's a little different animal because we have our transmission lines coming in, but it's just a different animal.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
other discussion?
Hello, Bruce.
I've been to the Water and Light meeting, and I told them, and I don't think they've ever done anything about it. There was an article passed by the public in the town of Littleton, out of the thing on it, that said anytime that there was a increase in any electric rates or water rates, they had to hold a public hearing on it so that they in turn could tell the people in advance so they could plan on something. I don't think the Water and Light's done that. And you didn't have a public hearing. And I think you'll find, if you check the town records through the, in the town office up here, you'll find that that's there. I think I brought it up to you before, and you didn't do it. But you can't increase those rates without having a hearing out of the thing on it.
I don't want to speak over you. Are you done? Would it be okay if I respond?
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. So that was my research going back to 1994, Bruce, was that I actually went back, and when we had rate increases, they did host a public hearing. It was posted. It was done at the commissioners' meetings. We followed the same process in 25, and actually on every agenda all summer long, it was posted about the water rate study and the need to increase water rates. And we did post the hearing on our agenda, and that meeting was held.
That's not what you
Yes.
do with a public hearing. You don't hold it on your annual meeting. You hold a separate thing out of it and advertise it in here that you have a public hearing so that the public could respond to it. You're not doing it correctly.
Well, it is the same process that we've been doing since the early 90s.
No, it isn't. If you go back and you get the vote out of the thing on it, and you will
Bruce,
find that it was there.
I'd be happy to give you a copy of the minutes from that time that shows it.
That's fine, you can dig it out. But I'm
we
telling
did.
you, that's how it's supposed to be done.
And Commissioner Cooper is here as well to confirm that we did post it and that it was voted and it was open for discussion and attendance by any resident.
That's not what a public hearing is. You put an ad in the newspaper, you hold it in a particular location, and you have a public hearing so that they can discuss it, figure it out whether they're going to do it or not do it. And I don't think you've done that. I think it's a lousy job that you people have done on that part of it.
Thank you for your feedback.
Yeah.
Any other discussion on the article? All those in favor of putting Article 12 on the warrant as presented, please hold up your yes cards. Thank you. All those opposed, put up your no cards. All right, the warrant is put on the ballot as presented. Would you like to? Oh, you got the next article too. I do need to read it. All right, I'll figure it out. Article 13. Oh, we have a speaker. Someone would like to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Yeah.
Erin Hennessy, Littleton. Would a motion be appropriate now to limit reconsideration of any votes we've previously taken tonight so that they cannot come back up again tomorrow?
Sure. No, that could certainly be. So your motion would be to restrict reconsideration on Articles 1 through 12, as well as 57 and 58?
Can I make it like for anything we've done tonight?
Town council, I guess that's up. What do you?
That would be all the articles you've gone over.
Yeah.
At the end of the night. Yes, but at the end of the night.
Oh, at the end of tonight.
Yeah.
Okay.
A new motion.
Make a new
Okay.
motion. So you can make that motion now?
I'll
to
make the motion now.
On
sure.
those current articles, or?
On anything we've already voted on.
All right. So, do we have a second?
Thank you.
All right. Do we have all those in favor of restricting reconsideration on anything discussed so far? All right. We have the yeses and the nos. All right. All right, so the motion passes. Article 13. Water and Light Battery Energy Storage System Multi-Year Lease. Shall the town lease approximately 15,000 square feet of land at the town's west side substation at 1533 St. Johnsbury Road to a vendor recommended by the Commissioners of Littleton Water and Light? The lease would involve a development period, a 20-year fixed term with an option to extend the lease term for up to an additional 10 years. The leased land will be used to develop a battery energy storage system to benefit Littleton Water and Light customers directly by allowing Littleton Water and Light to utilize stored energy in lieu of purchasing energy from ISO New England during the peak energy demand hours. The lease agreement for use of the land shall be negotiated to the agreement of the Select Board and Commissioners of Littleton Water and Light. Estimated tax impact is none, recommended by the Littleton Water and Light Board of Commissioners 2 to 0 to 1, recommended by the Select Board 3 to 0 to 1. Lori will come up to speak about that.
Does everybody remember seeing this warrant last year? Yeah, let me explain that. The warrant last year was very similar, but it included the name of a company that was going to do the battery storage for us. During our further investigation and due diligence of that company, we lost comfort with them, and I believe the Select Board did as well. And we just felt that they were not going to be good business partners for us. So unfortunately, DRA basically said, unless you go forward with this company, you can't move forward. You have to repost the warrant. So this is intended to be more generic. Our commissioners, we have consultants now that have experience with more than 45 battery storage facilities. There is new materials that are non-combustible, and that has been a concern in the past. So we feel that if this passes, this would be a better fit for us. It's also, when I was talking about being creative and creating a strategy, this is one of our strategies. One of our largest increase in costs has been transmission costs. That's billed through ICE in New England. And the concept is these batteries charge up when energy is really inexpensive while we're sleeping, right? And then in the morning, as all the businesses are turning their lights on and you're getting ready to go to work, it's dispensing all that energy. So it brings your peak down. And your peak is calculated, your transmission cost is calculated on your peak as formula. So there is a tremendous opportunity for savings, and it's quite frankly one of our strategic plans, one of 5 strategic planning initiatives to have our rates stabilized into the next 5-year period.
Bruce Hadlock, I'm in agreement with this.
Thank you.
But the fact is, Mulligan Brook runs parallel to that, comes down through, crosses, and goes into the dam. You people, in turn, would really have a problem with the fire department, and they need to have a pond there. And if you take the money, you take the water out of Palmer Brook and divert it into this pond that you need to build, and then put it back in, it would work. But you need to include that out of it from a safety angle for anybody that's having to put these fires out or anything like that. But there's plenty of water in that Palmer Brook that comes right down through there on it. But you need to have that put in with a pond. And I don't think the town owns that particular part of the land.
We have the parcel that we're talking about, which is the West Side Substation, which is close to the American Legion, like across the street, a little further down. Everybody knows where the Legion is, up by Moore. Yeah, so it's like across the road is our substation.
No.
That land there, you're going no, Casey? Okay. Okay, thank you for the friendly correction, thank you. I didn't grow up in Littleton, I'm sorry. The parcel was actually, it was a land swap with US Gen. That was on the 2000.
No, that was a separate one.
One.
That doesn't take care of the water that you need to have to be able to get a pond out of Mulligan Brook. It's a piece of land that you need to have involved with getting a hold of it, and you need to have it diverted. You put a piece of hose in or a pipe, you dig the hole out, and you make a big pond so these people in turn could have a place to draw the water out, to put this stuff out if they ever have a fire. You can't do that. You need to have that included in it. And Mulligan Brook is a very good brook and water source, and it goes right into the dam.
Okay. Well, you certainly have a lot of historical knowledge that I don't have, Bruce. I appreciate the recommendation, and we will definitely take
I'm
under
surprised
their...
that you haven't checked with the fire department, because the fire department would be right there saying you've got to have something as a source to be able to put that out, and you haven't got anything that would put any fires out. other than that kind of water. And you don't have any of it there.
Yep, okay.
Other discussion?
December Rust, Littleton. First, this is a great step for Littleton because part of a healthy community is resilience and actually having infrastructure set so we're not relying on outsourced resources and outsourced services. One of the many things we talk a lot about in this town when we deal with the fire department and other aspects is we're constantly outsourcing things, or is it less money to outsource or whatever. This is a step that we can take in this town to build energy security, which I'm sure everyone, it's definitely something that's talked about nationally, but it's not very often a town or a municipality in itself can further, support that security and that infrastructure. And this is a great move. Yes, there's safety considerations. Yes, there are considerations, but this is another way to build a stronger, more resilient Littleton. And it's going to have a positive impact on ratepayers. So I just don't see how that could possibly be a lose.
Thank you, December. One of the things that goes to your point, that a lot of communities cannot do this, is that they're not direct market participants with ISO New England. And we are so fortunate to be a direct market participant. We maintain a Moody's A1 credit rating, and we do all this to preserve that relationship so that we can have these opportunities and we can have the lowest electric rates in New England. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your feedback.
All right, is there any other discussion? All those in favor of placing the article on the warrant, please hold up your yes cards. Thank you very much. And your no cards? All right, the article is put on the warrant as presented. Article 14, Collective Bargaining Agreement, SEA, to see if the town will vote to approve the cost items included in the collective bargaining agreement for 3 years reached between the Select Board and the State Employees Association of New Hampshire, Inc., SEA, Chapter 57, Littleton Police Employees, Local 1984 Service Employees International Union, CTW CLC, which calls for increases in wages and benefits at the current staffing level as follows. 2026, $115,504. 2027, $94,585. 2028, $100,588. And further, to raise and appropriate from taxation the sum of $115,504 for fiscal year 2026, such sum representing the additional costs attributable to the increase in wages and benefits over those of the appropriation at current staffing levels paid in the prior fiscal year. Estimated tax impact is 8.7 cents per thousand, recommended by the Select Board 4 to 0, recommended by the Budget Committee 7 to 0. Anybody like to come up for discussion?
Okay, so this contract is for our police officers. It's for a 3-year agreement, as you just saw the numbers. When we set out with our negotiations, you're going to hear the same story, same exact mission for the Highway Department, which is the next article. But as we set out negotiations, we basically had 3 goals. We wanted to establish a competitive wage for our existing officers and to be able to attract new officers when we have vacancies. Hopefully with a competitive wage, we have retention and we don't have officers leave us. Second, we wanted to be able to, when we did recruit, we wanted to be able to recruit top-notch officers. So it's to our benefit in this business that if we can, when we have a vacancy, we can recruit an officer that already comes with 12 years of experience, that we can secure that person. It prevents a lot of overtime costs, a lot of training costs that can span for 12 weeks just going down to Concord for the academy, and then field training for another 6-12 weeks right here in our town. So the other thing that we were really looking at was health insurance. We felt that the cost sharing for health insurance wasn't really aligned with what we felt it should be in the municipal marketplace. The current arrangement right now with health insurance cost share premium was, in this bargaining unit, they were paying, the town was paying 95.5% of the monthly cost, and the employee was picking up 4.5%. We wanted to move that to the town paying 85% and the employee contributing 15%. So in order to move the employees to that change, that aggressive cost sharing, we had to obviously offer money to be able to do that. And we developed the wage scale that was market rate. We built steps into that wage scale for 3%. They currently were 2.5%. By having a 3% step, we believe it's going to keep the wages current, and we shouldn't have to, 3 years from now, sit down and renegotiate a whole new wage scale, because the 3% should keep it in place. The 3.5% COLA was also agreed to in year 2 and 3. So a lot of people have questioned why you're giving a 3.5% COLA on top of the 3% step. It really is a complete package, and this was what we had to pay in order to incentivize the employees to move from that 95.5% cost share to the 85. We also were able to offer a buyout. So as a way to encourage employees not to take health insurance, which would be a big savings to the town, we came out with a buyout system where a single person would receive $2,500, a two-person would receive $5,000, and a family would receive $7,500, not to take the town health insurance. The plan that we have right now, you need to understand, the cost is about $42,000 a year. So big savings anytime we can get an employee to jump on a spouse's or a partner's health insurance plan and not the town's. So that really was the basis of the negotiations. We were pleased that we were able to come to an agreement. I think it's really going to put the town in a position where we know health insurance costs are going to continue to be a big issue. They're never going to go down. And by changing the cost sharing and having that buyout, we are hopeful that those changes are going to help, as we see the increases every single year, help stabilize the town's cost for providing the health insurance. And on top of that, making sure our officers are well paid, they stay with us, and when we do have a vacancy, we can recruit someone that comes to us with experience.
All right, are there any questions?
I'm not positive, this is Bruce Hadlock, I'm not positive that you can go to year 2027 and 28. That's money that we haven't in turn done. We have to be able to vote on it once a year. You can't just make a 3-year commitment on something. It's not legal. How?
Well, that's the purpose of.
I want you to explain.
Well,
you think that, yes, it is? Tell us how it's legal.
This is the legislative body, so they can absolutely enter into a contract that spans multiple years. Additionally, these costs will then be built into your default budgets, et cetera, as you move forward. So you will be voting on them each year.
No, that's not what I said. I said, no, well, it is and it isn't out of it. You just said that you're going to be voting on it every year.
Oh, you think
That's what you just said.
Because they'll be included in the operating budgets.
I don't think it's legal to be able to do that. You can't appropriate money that we haven't had any, for tax reasons or anything like this on it a year in advance.
This happens every time you buy a fire truck over several years.
We don't buy a fire truck, we lease them.
Okay, and you've signed a lease for multiple years. Same thing.
I think, just for clarification, to make sure I understand what you're asking, Mr. Hadlock, what we're proposing here is we're fully disclosing the 3-year cost impact of this contract. We're raising and appropriating the first year
Yeah,
in 2026. We're not
115.
raising and appropriating year 27 and 28. But this legislative body, when they vote the polls, would be ratifying this 3-year contract with those costs.
Would have to be voted on next year, in the following year.
No, it would be then in the operating budget. So what we're disclosing is that in the first year of this contract, it's going to cost $115,504. This article passes, that $115,504 will be in the 27 budget. In addition, it'll cost you another $94,585
Next year,
next year.
yeah. But I mean, you can vote on it, but you're not appropriating anything until the following year.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's correct.
John Piet, Littleton. Like I said, I'm on the Budget Committee, so I'm one of the ones that recommended we go with this. The reason I went for it was it is great that we have such a professional police department here in town, and we've seen just recently the things they have to deal with, right? That was very publicized. I'm one of the people that have been vocal about the effective 6.5% raise guaranteed for the 2 years, the year 2 and 3. That seemed too much to me. So I asked for some clarification from the town on how are we, because the idea is that we weren't being competitive. So there was a Greenland study that they used, and by and large, it looks like we're about 5% under what the current Greenland study said was the expected cost for an officer, for a patrol officer, if I'm reading this correctly. That being said, after year 2, we're going to be substantially higher than that study, it would seem, because first year we're going to equalize, and then the second year we're going to be going up another 6%, and the year after another 6%. And that seems like a lot.
So there's a couple of things going on here. You've already currently have a pay system that's in place where the officers receive a 2.5% step and a COLA. So the contract that they currently have, and then that same system has been in place for many years. To try to avoid that wage scale from slipping again, we decided to move it from that 2.5% step to the 3%. That should maintain our competitive wages. The 3.5% COLA is recognizing that we want now to keep the wages up with inflation, but it's also recognizing that each year of this contract, the employee is going to be paying more out of their pocket for health insurance. So in order to get them to agree to take it by incremental steps over the 3 years, that's part of the package. We'll have a different conversation 3 years from now when the contract expires.
Okay, so I think I'm still in my 2 minutes or 3 minutes.
One left.
Just to clarify then, so had we done the exact same contract that we did before and tried to fight for them to accept the 85-15 split with the same terms, it would have been a 2.5% step versus a 3% step. So we're talking about a 0.5% difference there. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, you would have to be at negotiations, but I would fully expect that we probably would have been an impasse. I do not believe that we would have an agreement today agreeing to move from where they're at, which is, like I said, this is not a normal cost share in the municipal world. Getting them to that 85-15 was going to cost money. The payback over the long term is huge. But I don't believe we would have got them to the 85-15 without the compensation package we put on the table.
Fair enough. And I applaud the activities of the negotiation committee to get that, because as we said before, the largest impact on our budget has been insurance costs. So for us to start figuring out how to share that, like every other employee in the United States has to share the cost of the insurance with their employer, that seems like a good step forward. Also, and I think that's accurate to say this year is going to be the increase and then the increase and increase, but just for everyone to know that 115, you already said it, 115 is times all three, and then the 94 is times both years, and hundreds for that last year. So the total cost for this is around $600,000. And I just wanted to point that out to everybody. Thank you.
All right, other discussion, questions, comments?
James Gardner, Deputy Chief of Police, not a resident, but on the approved list. I just wanted to clarify something, because that was my math you were looking at, or Excel's math you were looking at there. One of the reasons for the 3% instead of the 2.5% is we have been trying to utilize the study which is done by Greenland Police Department. It takes information from all over the state, although we just used Grafton County numbers. We weren't using Manchester, we weren't using Nashua or anything like that. We've been trying to get the rates right for some time, and we keep falling behind the average. And the hope is that the 3% instead of the 2.5% is going to stop that from happening. So the next negotiation, we won't be looking at a change, as the manager said.
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't just pick a number out of a hat, and it brought us from generally about 5.5% behind pay for a patrol officer with the same years of experience, again, just in Grafton County, 5.5% low, to being pretty close to, on average, for what people are being paid in 25 in 26. So we're even that is still a year behind. We don't know what the actual data for the other departments will be in 26. So I just wanted to clarify that piece.
All right, any other questions, comments, or discussion? All right, all those in favor of putting the article on the warrant, please hold up your yes cards. Thank you. Anyone opposed? All right, the yeses have it. The article goes on the warrant as presented. Article 15, collective bargaining agreement, AFSCME Unit A, to see if the town will vote to approve the cost items included in the collective bargaining agreement for 3 years reached between the Select Board and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, AFSCME, Council 93, Local 1348, Unit A, Highway Department and Transfer Station, which calls for increases in wages and benefits at the current staffing levels as follows. Year 2026, $92,280, 2027, $58,825, 2028, $62,650. And further, to raise and appropriate from taxation the sum of $92,280 for fiscal year 2026, such sum representing the additional costs attributable to the increase in wages and benefits over those of the appropriation at current staffing levels paid in the prior fiscal year. Estimated tax impact of 6.9 cents per thousand, recommended by the Select Board 4 to 1 to 0, recommended by the Budget Committee 7 to 0 to 0. All right, Troy, I assume you want to chat on this one a little bit?
Yeah, just like I said, really this contract mirrors the police contract, same exact thing. We updated the wage scale, which, we've been in the situation where we've had to recruit a lot of employees in the highway department. And unfortunately, in order to fill those vacancies, we've had to bring employees on at a higher rate of pay than what a current employee has been working with us for the last 5-7 years was making. The union was very good. We kept telling them we're going to try to address this, and this contract does that. So it gets the wages competitive. It places employees that have years of service and experience where they should be. It aligns the health insurance cost sharing with what you just heard about the police department. And I can tell you that as you're one of the chief negotiators, which I probably failed to mention, one of the goals, we have different cost sharing and plans throughout the agency. This is our first step. These two union contracts mirror what we're doing. So our goal is next year, we have 2 more union contracts coming up, that we are eventually going to have the same plans, the same cost sharing, the same incentives throughout the entire agency. So these 2 contracts will be the start of that.
All right, any questions, comments, discussion? All right, all those in favor of placing the article on the warrant, please hold up your yes card. All right, anybody opposed? All right, article goes on as presented. All right.
Mr. Moderator.
Okay.
I wonder if we could put a motion up to collectively approve the items that are in front of us that have no tax burden, if people are open to that. I have a list that I've just started. I got up to 38. I'm sorry?
No, she has the microphone.
So that would be 16, 18, 23, 25, 27, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 35. These are the town ones. 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, just in the interest of time, of course. 44. And 41, 42, 43, 44, 45.
Okay, so there is a motion on the floor to, and I'm just making sure that I have this correctly. There's a motion on the floor to present, to place Articles 16, 18, 23, 25, 27, 29, 30 through 33, and 35 through 45. Is that correct? Do I have those
You
numbers
missed
correct?
31 and 32.
Yeah, 30 through 33 is what I said. 30, 31, 32, 33, 35, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Correct.
All those articles, the motion is to place those as presented, place those on the warrant as presented. Is that your motion?
That is my motion.
All right, and do we have a second for that motion? All right, I have a second. Mr. George Morgan, I believe, was that second? All right, is there discussion on this motion?
Yeah, Bruce Hadlock, you're running a business here, not that. You shouldn't be doing that.
Please address the moderator.
Address the moderator. They shouldn't be doing it. You're running a business. All those items should be put on the last of it, no different than they are in anything else. You shouldn't be doing that. So whether I'm addressing it to you, but don't do it, people, please don't vote for this on it. Just vote it no and get rid of it. But she's doing it wrong. Just no different than a lot of things she does wrong. So.
All right, we do need to remember to be respectful, Bruce.
Lilo Reinstein, Littleton. I also think we should not do this. It was done last year, and people who want to have a say in something don't get that. Once the people who propose this, second it, go, well, I'm done with what I want to talk about, so let's move on. There are still other things. They may not have an immediate tax impact, but they still have a town impact. Otherwise, we wouldn't be voting on them to begin with. They wouldn't be on the warrant. So I do think that we should address all of them and as quickly as we can, but everyone should have an opportunity to speak to specific articles. It's not just, well, the important ones are done, so let's just jump through all the rest.
John Piet Littleton. The Budget Committee, we looked at all of these before, and yeah, it takes a while to vote on, so I understand where you're coming from, but they're different. They're quite different. So I think trying to discuss them and approve them or not all in the same slew is probably not what we should do.
Mary Menzies, Town of Littleton. I have no more enthusiasm for spending 2 full nights here than anyone else, but I think that everything on the warrant deserves the chance to be discussed. Thank you.
Rudy Joseph, Littleton, New Hampshire. I just want to ask one thing. Do the budget committee works for the taxpayer or works for the town? Thank you.
All right. All right, so there is a motion on the floor for those articles to be presented to be added to the warrant as presented. If there's no other questions or discussion, we will put it up to a vote. And I'm, Peter and Lori's not here. Art, would you mind, sir? All right, so I don't know how this is going to go, so we're going to have some counters. Peter, if you don't mind counting this side. Mr. Ty, if you don't mind counting that side. All right, all those in favor. Does anybody need me to recite the article numbers again? No. Okay. All right, all those in favor of placing those articles on the warrant as presented, please hold up your yes cards. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, we have. All right, so we have 10 total. 10 yeses and nos. All right, this is another one I'm not going to ask you gentlemen to count. Thank you for your help. All right, that motion passes. I apologize. That motion, it did not pass. That did not pass. I'm sorry. It's getting late. I'm sorry. All right. Yeah. All right. So now that that's done, we are going to go to Article 16. Right? Yeah, we did that. All right, Article 16, modify elderly property tax exemption. To see if the town will vote to modify the provisions of RSA 72:39A for elderly exemption from property tax in the town of Littleton based on assessed value for qualified taxpayers to be as follows. For a person 65 years of age up to 75 years, $70,000, increased from $35,000. For a person 75 years of age up to 80 years, $105,000, increased from $52,500. For a person 80 years of age or older, $140,000, increased from $70,000. To qualify, the person must have been a New Hampshire resident for at least 3 consecutive years, own the real estate individually or jointly, or if the real estate is owned by such person's spouse, they must have been married to each other for at least 5 consecutive years. In addition, the taxpayer must have a net income of not more than $40,000, increased from $30,000, or if married, a combined net income of less than $50,000, increased from $40,000, and own net assets not in excess of $100,000, increased from $75,000, excluding the value of the person's residence. Estimated tax impact is none, recommended by the Select Board 5 to 0 to 0. Any comments or discussion on this? All those in favor of putting it on the warrant, please hold up your yes cards. Thank you. All right, Article 17. Town office building planning and improvements. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $25,000 for the purpose of planning, architectural, and engineering services, minor renovations and repairs, and site improvements in connection with the conversion of town property located at 50 Pleasant Street into a new town office building. The special warrant article will be non-lapsing appropriation per RSA 32:7(6) and will not lapse until the purpose is completed or by 12/31/2028, whichever is sooner. To estimated tax impact is 1.9 cents per thousand, recommended by the Select Board 4 to 0 to 0, recommended by the Budget Committee 6 to 0 to 1. Any comments? Anyone want to talk about it? Anything? All right. All those in favor of putting it on the warrant as presented? Thank you for your yes votes. That goes on. Moving right along. Article 18, establish town building and facilities revolving fund. To see if the town will vote to establish a revolving fund pursuant to RSA 31:95-H, to be known as the Town Buildings and Facilities Revolving Fund for the purpose of funding repairs, maintenance, and replacement of town buildings and facilities for expenses exceeding $10,000, and to authorize the Select Board to deposit into said fund all lease payments received from the rental of the 50 Pleasant Street property, new town office, and to designate the Select Board as agents to expend from said fund. Estimated tax impact is none, recommended by the Select Board 4 to 0 to 0, recommended by the Budget Committee 7 to 0 to 0. Any discussion on this article? All those in favor of putting it on the warrant? Thank you. So I didn't even have to ask. Jeez. All right, Article 19. New full-time police officer, school resource officer. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $104,296 for the purpose of increasing the current level of police officer staffing for the town's police department to assign said officer to the Littleton School District, SAU 84, as a school resource officer. This is the estimated cost of the officer, inclusive of benefits, equipment, and uniforms. The full year inclusive cost is estimated to be $125,266, and if approved, the full cost will be added to the 2027 default and proposed budgets. The full year inclusive cost will be offset annually by $41,667 in 2026, 27, and 28 through a United States Department of Justice Cops hiring program grant totaling $125,000. Estimated tax impact of 4.7 cents per thousand, recommended by the Select Board 3 to 0 to 1, recommended by the Budget Committee 4 to 3 to 0. Is there anybody that would like to speak on this?
Lilo Reinstein, Littleton. I don't understand why this is necessary. I don't see where this, I mean, maybe I'm missing something, that schools here need a full-time police officer doing whatever a full-time police officer will do in schools with less than 1,000 children. So if someone can explain to me why it's necessary, it might change my mind.
Paul, do you mind? I'll have her. You want to speak? All right, ma'am, do you mind? He'll just answer a question and then. Yes.
Paul Smith, Chief of Police. First of all, we've had a school resource officer before. Are you familiar with what a school resource officer does? No, I'm not. Okay, so a school resource officer not only is here during the day and some of the evening events that occur at the school, they address some of the or most of the criminal or all of the criminal incidents that do occur within the district. But primarily they're there not only to mentor, but to assist the school district in emergency planning, specifically response to active shooter events. And as you know, since 1999, we haven't just had a few, we've had hundreds of active shooter events occur in schools. Unfortunately, schools are targets for active shooter events, specifically people that want to do a lot of harm and cause a lot of casualties in a short period of time. So it's a national program. New Hampshire has a school resource officer training program. But it isn't just for police presence, it's also to assist the district as well for relationships, improving relationships with students, with law enforcement. As you know, right now is a good time that we really want to create those bonds. But also intervention, things like suicide prevention and other topics that come up within the school. So there are many different things that a school resource officer does. It isn't just a patrol officer that's walking around the hallways.
I thought the schools had social workers and guidance counselors.
They sure do.
And psychiatrists that could deal with the suicide prevention part.
It's one of the things that we do.
I'm just, and I hope you don't have that much crime that takes place here.
But that's one of the things that we do.
Okay.
But quite honestly, we're here, if not daily, we're here every other day addressing issues within the school district, not here, but in other buildings within the district.
There's three
okay,
buildings.
so we're spending an inordinate amount of time that we're taking people off the street, out of patrol, to come to the school to deal with things because of the Safe Schools Act that occurred in 2007, which mandates that the school report certain incidents. Everything from assaults to thefts, sexual assaults, everything. So we're here very frequently. And because of that, I'm taking people off of the road that need to be addressing things like our mental health crisis or our drug epidemic, to name a few.
I understand.
Okay.
I mean, it just, maybe the schools are in worse shape than I realized.
No, it's a national.
Crimes and everything. I'm like, my God.
Absolutely.
Elise Cherian, resident of Littleton. I first want to start off by saying that for the most part, studies have shown that police intervention with mental health issues has actually caused more harm, especially with suicide prevention. Also regarding the school resource officer in particular, I've seen mixed benefits and challenges of it. So I've seen some benefits of potentially preventing school shootings, but also Uvalde and Parkland had school resource officers, and that did not prevent those school shootings. There's also a correlation with greater disciplinary action, and especially for people in marginalized groups, so people of color. So I'm wondering if that would be something that would be addressed of how the school resource officer shows up. And I would also urge people to think about the potential benefits and setbacks of potentially having it.
So I just have to ask you a question. Did you say that police intervention does increase some of the suicide rates?
No, I said that police intervention with suicide rate to responding to suicide calls has resulted in a lot of violence, especially for people with mental health conditions, with that police response.
Okay. Well, that's contrary to our training and what we experience in the state of New Hampshire. In fact, I sit on a state suicide fatality review committee. It's very near and dear to me. We're very committed to crisis intervention. Almost all of our officers are trained in crisis intervention. We work very closely with our local mental health facility, and we're very committed to that. But to answer or to comment on your other statements, the officers will not, by policy, we've already created an MOU that we ran past the superintendent and the school board, are not involved in discipline for the school. We can't do that, or shouldn't do that. And I think that's very important because some people asked that before. But the officer also is involved in a lot of planning, things that didn't exist in 2006 and in 1999 when it comes to camera placement, the doors, the alarms on the doors. They have 8 emergency response actions that need to happen and train the school district throughout the year. Everything from a lockdown to a reverse evacuation, all those different things. So it's not just being the individual on site with a firearm to prevent the active shooter, but it's everything else involved. Because all of you guys can remember, we used to show up at a school, you could come into a school in about 6 or 7 different locations, right? Those are things that we implemented at this school district probably before everybody else. So we're very committed to school safety, and we want to assist the district with that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bruce Hadlock. Paul, I do get some questions. I believe that's a full year. When we got people there's no reason to have somebody in the school when the school's closed. Other thing on it. Your budget should react to what it would be if you're going to take that officer and use him someplace else. And I demand the fact that you, in turn, keep track of what he's doing, because that's $125,000 for an entire year on it. And we shouldn't be paying for that kind of money. And if we did, you could use your guy, I don't care whether he's the meter man or whatever he is down on the main street, but it should be in a different budget, and it shouldn't be $125,000.
Well, thank you for your comment. And you bring up a good point that the school resource officer is, during the times that the school is not in session, or actually year-round, is our employee. And we dictate what that individual does. So, like, for example, during the summer, that individual could walk foot patrol on Main Street, be a community resource officer. Those are some of the things that we want to do with this individual.
And I'm asking the town manager to make sure he audits what you do with him.
Sure.
But you shouldn't be putting $125,000
Well, just to speak to $125,000, we have to budget for the full amount, and then the grant reimburses it. I think the finance officer can answer that, but we have to budget for the full amount, and that is the worst-case scenario. So that is if we have if we hire a new officer at step 4, that's the highest we can hire somebody, and that's as somebody who's offered the family insurance program. So that's the highest amount, worst-case scenario. Best-case scenario would be an individual hired at step 1 who is single, and then that total cost would be around $60,755. But we have to budget for the
No, you
worst
don't.
case scenario.
We don't want to budget. We don't want to judge. You can budget whatever you want.
Okay.
But I don't think the public should be asked
Sure.
to be putting that kind of money upon
No,
it.
I thank you for your comments. I appreciate that.
James Gardner, Deputy Police Chief. I just wanted to share a personal story about officers in schools. I have been teaching, well, teaching might be too strong a word, going to the schools for the DARE program and now the new program called Too Good for Drugs through the Mendez Foundation. And we have been in the 6th grade level. I should have probably looked it up, but I think I started in 2009, so it's been a couple years. Potentially there are 6th graders I taught that are voting. There are definitely 6th graders I taught that are voting. But one of the stories I share with them is a true thing that happened here in Littleton. I won't share any names. But one day I was taking a report of some vandalism to someone's fence. And, you know, pretty routine call really. Had some suspects, whatever. And when I was leaving, there was a little girl across the street and she wanted to talk to me. And the reason she wanted to talk to me is the person who had damaged the fence had also ripped the head off one of her dolls. So she was sharing that to me, and I'm sitting in the police car, the window rolled down, talking on the side of the street. Now, her father is someone I actually went to school with, so another local. And he had been arrested for various things over time. He saw his daughter speaking to me, ran out of the house and snatched her up so that she wouldn't be speaking to a police officer. So when the kids ask me, why do I go into the classrooms? I'm not going to say a lot, but there is definitely a portion of our population here in Littleton that view the police as the bad guy. Because all the police do is they come in and they take mommy or daddy away. And that little girl that day has a very high chance of being a victim later in life because the person she's not going to turn to is the police. So certainly they have social workers in the school and they do great things, but having someone wearing this uniform, representing the police force, and showing the children that we are people and we are someone that can be gone to for help is, I would say, you can't put a price on that. But that was just my 2 cents.
Thank you, Deputy. And before John asks another question, that's a great example of why we do what we do in the school district. I just want to add that we did have a previous school resource officer. That school resource officer came in when there was very little structure to the national and statewide school resource officer program. That was not somebody I hired. It was not somebody I deployed within the district. And I know there was a lot of bad feelings. And that was about 20 years ago. School resource officer programs are 180 degrees from what it was back then. There is a lot of structure. But not only that, there's certification training that didn't exist back then that we currently would mandate that this individual go to through the state of New Hampshire. In addition to that, I just want to point out that in doing this, in seeking this grant, I obtained letters of support from a U.S. senator, our state senator, county officials, people from the North Country Health Consortium, I believe Littleton Regional Healthcare, as well as the school district, because I would not go forward with this if I didn't have the support of the superintendent and the board, the school board, as well as our select board. So in this endeavor and this application for the grant was based on community comments and requests. So if we didn't have that, I wouldn't be standing here right now. John?
Thank you. John Piet, Littleton, as you know. So I've asked Chief Smith in the past of how do you measure if this is successful or not. Then I hear a story like that and makes me wonder, it's like, so there's definitely many soft benefits to it. There's, on average, I'm going to say probably 700 or 800 people in the school district on a daily basis. And you run two officers on a duty, are on duty at once?
That's classified. No. It depends on the day.
Okay, fair enough.
Ideally, we'd have a supervisor and 2 patrol officers working operations.
So you're essentially asking for us to add 1 officer to the police force?
Absolutely,
And
yes.
This is, for the first 3 years, a third of it is covered by a grant.
That's correct.
We have to be very careful about adding things because they're covered by a grant, because we were talking about the included obligations from on the default budget that continue on. This is a good example of one. It even states it right there. I applaud you on being on the transparency of having it as a separate warrant article and seeing, does the town want this? Because honestly, I think you could have probably got it through as just part of a budget line item. So thank you for that. All of that said, I'm going to say that I would like to see some kind of trying to figure out how effective it was. Is this an effective program when the grant is over? But until then, I think it's worth trying. Thank you.
Thank you.
December Rust, Littleton resident. Yeah, this is an incredibly smart and forward-thinking idea. The fact that we want to have, I have 3 kids, and I graduated high school 30 years ago. And I'd like to say it hasn't changed since then, but it has changed since then. And my youngest is 6. So when I think about, when I think about my personal opinion of police, I would actually like my youngest to have a better opinion of the police than I do, because if he receives healthy experiences and he knows that he can go to an officer in the school if there's a problem, or a problem at home, it could be a problem of any, that is incredibly important. And this is going to be raising our kids in this community who feel comfortable and feel engaged in the community. And exactly to Deputy Chief Gardner's story, when we have a terrible opinion of how we engage with our police and how they engage with us, it's unhealthy over time. So this is an excellent option for us to keep our kids safe, and to make sure that our kids are growing up with an understanding of being able to have a healthy relationship with the police, rather than, an obstinate relationship. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt St. John, just wanted to say we did chat this through with the chief at the school board level, and we appreciate their leadership on this, and we are in support of this. Thanks.
I twisted in the wind on that. John Goodrich, sorry, Littleton. I twisted in the wind on this one as a budget committee member. I finally voted for it because, first of all, I think Chief Smith's presenting a great example in tenor of how the police act in town for the most part. And I think that's very, we're lucky to have that. And so I think the other concern I had was there's enough troubles in schools that I would hate to have not voted for this when it really counted. So that's one reason I supported it. And you can see it was a close vote on the budget committee. But with that, I'd like to move the question because it's getting to be 10 o'clock.
Thank you.
All right. All those in favor of placing the article on the warrant as presented? Thank you. All right, we have yeses. All right, that goes on the warrant. We have Article 19. I have it as 9:58. Oh, we have a...
Hi. Since it is about that time, I'd like to make a motion to close for reconsideration the articles we've already discussed and voted upon that weren't in the previous motion.
Sure. All right, so we're going to, we have a motion, and do we have the motion, we have a second by Debbie Warner-Gilman. The motion is to restrict reconsideration on the articles that have not yet had reconsideration restricted that we have gone over and placed on the warrant tonight. We have a motion, we have a second. All those in favor, please hold up your yes cards. Thank you. All right. Well, I believe we're going to be close enough to 10 o'clock that we will suspend the tonight's meeting and pick up tomorrow at 6 o'clock here in the cafeteria. Thank you all very much. See you tomorrow.
I think this will go over tomorrow. Once we get started 20, 21, whatever. It's going to take a while. Right, but now we'll